Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Rankin.
Here.
Board Member Shuffle.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So the first item on our agenda this morning is a report from our legislative liaison to provide us an update on what is going on at the Capitol. Ms. Mello, what have you for us today?
I'm told this is okay to present this way. Of course. But I'm trying to sit farther away from Melissa, so I think I'm safe. I just got tested last week because we had our first back-to-school COVID-related scare, so that was fun in my house. But I'm all good to go. Good morning. It's nice to see you all. I haven't seen all of you together in person in a long time.
Well, you
It's
are
We're missing a
delightful.
few.
We're
I
missing-
know. I can see that too.
They're dropping like flies.
Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Kind of like back to school and COVID-related issues, yes. All right, so I will be relatively quick this morning because given where we are in the legislative calendar and process, I don't actually have a whole lot to tell you about. I will point out that your staff is hard at work implementing a whole bunch of different pieces of legislation that passed this year. It really is work and it's a lift, and I think sometimes often legislators aren't really as well educated about kind of what that implementation process looks like and what realistic timeframes are for that. My favorite is when we get inquiries. So a bill gets signed into law in the middle of June 15th, and like 3 weeks later we get an email, hey, has that all been implemented? It's like, no, not quite yet. I mean, we're working on it. We're being diligent, but it does take a little bit more time than 3 weeks typically. So we get a fair amount of inquiries this time of year of like, well, what's happening with that bill, what's going on. Because of that really great document your staff puts together with the implementation plan, we can answer those questions really well. I think that this department is probably one of the better within the state. I'm not trying to denigrate any other departments, but I think you all do a really good job of having that information consolidated, of really thinking through implementation, and it lets us respond to those legislative inquiries, I think, effectively and quickly, and I think that's appreciated, even if the answer is, well, no, it's not up and running quite yet. So, this is the time of year where people start talking about legislation they're going to run next year. If anything, I think we're a little delayed in that regard. Session went through the middle of June. For many of us, it felt like an 18-month session. It felt like we started in January 2020, and it just didn't end until June of 2021. So I think there was an even more than typical trend of people just kind of taking some time off, right? Not talking about legislation, not thinking about it. Definitely the last few weeks, the pace is starting to pick up a little bit. I'm not hearing anything super specific in the K-12 space quite yet. Although, of course, the things that are happening out in the world, right, will continue to influence people's thinking. So, I think there are people wondering about, okay, well, how is the school year going to turn out again with COVID? What is online learning going to look like? Are we going to do that? What's that all about? If so, what does that mean for the assessment system and the accountability system? I mean, people are talking about that, but not in any sort of specific, I'm going to run a bill to do X, Y, Z kind of way. The other effort that, is an ongoing one, but will also require more legislation this year, is the creation of the new early childhood department, right? So there was legislation on that last year. Your staff is very involved in that process and working very, very hard. I know you know that. We will see more legislation next year to continue to implement that department. So I can tell you that's a bill that's coming for sure. One thing I want to point out, and I know that you all, given the way in which you come to occupy these seats, except for Dr. Anthos, are pretty familiar with the redistricting and reapportionment process and what that's all about. And I'm assuming you're following the reapportionment, which is redistricting, which is the part that deals with congressional seats, pretty carefully. So I won't go into that. I do want to point out that the reapportionment process, which is what impacts the state legislative seats, has the potential to create a very high level of chaos for the upcoming legislative session, more so than in the past. And the reason for that is, as you know, the voters have adopted this new system, and our Constitution now says how we're going to do those two processes. And if I were a headline writer, I'd be a terrible headline writer. But the headline would be, turns out we really were protecting incumbents all along. Then that was our top priority. Because when you stop worrying about protecting incumbents, all kinds of very interesting things start to develop with the maps. So the initial set of maps for the legislature came back in June. There were lots and lots of instances where you had, 2 legislators in the same seat, no legislators in some seats, some districts radically different than, in terms of kind of makeup and socioeconomic status and all of that than they were before. There's a new set of maps due out this Sunday. I don't know why it's Sunday. I think that's a weird deadline. I'm assuming we'll see them Monday, not Sunday, but technically the deadline is Sunday. Most people think that those maps will be much closer to the final version. If we continue to see a pattern where we've got a lot of legislators in the same seats and not in seats, it's going to add a level of political complexity to the legislative session, because you may have a lot of legislators running against each other, right? So that gets weird. It's easier to implement in the House of Representatives because those are 2-year seats, so everybody in the House is up in 2022. The Senate is really complicated because only half of them are up in 2022. So there's some very, very strange scenarios that could unfold where for a period of time you could have 2 senators representing the same district, no senators representing some district. I mean, it could just be very, very strange. And in addition to the political complexity of, people suddenly running against each other who weren't running against each other before. So I just, as if the pandemic hadn't created enough chaos in the legislative process, we've got another layer that I think will make the 2022 legislative session unique. They're always unique, but unique in that particular way. The final thing I wanted to mention was the construction process for your boardroom. It's a topic I know you guys have been talking a lot about. At your last meeting, you had asked us to reach out to the legislature to explore the option of sharing some space over there. We are working on that. We're trying to have some pre-conversations before we send the letter, right? Just so there's some context. It doesn't just kind of show up and they think, well, what's this? So that is a work in progress. And we've also been, in addition to that, just trying to work with legislators to help them, understand what the issues are and what the setup is and what a potential budget ask, we don't know for sure that we'll go forward with the budget ask because that depends on how these other conversations play out. But because the timing of all of this is pretty tight and we have to do all of this, we're kind of proceeding on all fronts at the same time. And we're being honest with people that we're doing that, right? So when we have conversations about a potential budget request, we say it's potential pending how some of this other stuff turns out. And when we have these conversations with the legislature about sharing or using their space, we let them know that we're also potentially working on a budget request. So we're trying to be really transparent about all of that and trying to get ahead of it a little bit. One of the advantages to this process, and you all being a public board that has meetings in public, is your budget requests are public now. No other state agency is in that position. Their budget requests are not public until November. And frankly, it lets us get ahead of things a little bit, and we're trying to take advantage of that and meet with legislators now when they're not being as bombarded by quite so many other folks. So that is what I have to say for you all. Questions?
So I've got a couple. I can't remember one of them. The redistricting, to the extent that a scenario were to appear where you've got districts that are empty for 2 years, is that what happens, or do they have an election next year for that senator and then just leave the other 2 if neither one of those seats expires?
Madam Chair, it's a great question, and I'm working on getting more clarity on that and planning to do some written communication around that for you all and my other clients. So I will have better answers to that within the next week or two. And you may have folks who know. It's very confusing is what I can tell you. It seems to me like having people who don't have a representative would be a problem, kind of constitutionally / legally, not being a lawyer, but that seems like that wouldn't work. But a lot of it has to do with the there's a property right, actually. So if you're a sitting senator and you got elected 2 years ago and you've got 2 more years to go, you have a right to that seat. So there's just a number of things that I don't fully understand, so I don't want to get too far down this
Okay.
path and say something that's stupid. I may have already done so. I'm trying to get it figured out, and we'll communicate about it. It's very strange, is I think the best
The current status
thing
is
I can say
very
right now.
strange.
Yeah. So
My other question goes back further in what you were talking about. Is there something that we should be doing as we help legislators who are carrying a bill and they're interacting with our staff? Is there a way that we can be more informative as to what's the process? You want to pass this bill, here's what it's going to take until it's implemented. Cost, time.
That's a great question, Madam Chair, and I've actually been thinking a lot about that. I want to have some conversations with you all in the fall about, maybe it's just some ways we can interact with legislators to continue to help them understand your all's role, what you do. I think
And what
that's
and what our staff
kind of a
is
constant.
being asked to do.
Yeah,
is the
that's kind of
important
a yeah. But I'm saying I have a broader task in my brain that I'm planning to discuss with all of you about kind of refreshing our approach on a variety of topics. One of which is the legislature's understanding of who you all are and what you do and what your role is. The other of which is understanding what it actually takes to implement a law and what those timeframes are, and how we do that in a way that is heard, right? It's when we talk to anybody in our lives, right? We want them to want to hear what we have to say, and so I think the way we approach that particular conversation is important, and there's some subtlety we probably need to engage in. So it's on my mind. I don't have a recommendation for you right now.
Okay. I'm glad you're thinking about it, though. Board Member Durham, did I see that you had a question or comment?
Well, I think, but I do have part of the answer. We could talk about why the problem exists with holdover senators. And it goes back to a 1982 Supreme Court case that came from El Paso County as a result of a resignation of a senator. But, and that's what's causing the problems at the moment with and we have to go over that. But more importantly, how far along are you in trying to acquaint the leadership and capital development committees and budget committees about our primary budgetary concerns, and what kind of feedback, without being overly specific, what kind of feedback have you had?
We have been in the process of scheduling those conversations, but we haven't actually had them yet. So we have several of them on the calendar, but I haven't gone through the process of actually talking to folks about it, so I don't have any feedback for you yet. From a legislative perspective, have been working with some legislators who are good partners with us to get us to the right people at the Capitol to ask the question about the space and how we might use it over there. I mean, one of my concerns was just, you got to ask the right person, and the person needs to be in a mindset to say, well, let's really talk about this. Because 90% of the people who ask for space at the Capitol, it's just an automatic no. And so I'm trying to get us out of that automatic kind of bureaucratic place and into a place of, let's have a real discussion about whether this is an option or not, which is, I think, beyond your question, but.
Well, no, it's not totally beyond the question, because I did make several of the contacts that you asked me to make, and I have not given you a report, which I'll be happy to do, and maybe we can do that over the phone sometime late this afternoon. But I do think we need to move forward pretty aggressively, given some of the feedback I've had. So.
Okay, that's
you.
good to know. That's good to know. One of the things that capital development projects are a little bit different than other budget requests. Most budget what we're used to is it just goes straight to the JBC, right? We kind of deal with it within JBC world. Capital development requests actually go to the Capital Development Committee, which then interacts as the budget's going through with the joint budget committee about kind of how many of them they can fund and how much total funding is available. So we're trying to work with legislators on both of those committees, not just the joint budget committee. And we've also been working with the Office of the State Architect and the Office of State Planning and Budget, who statutorily has the legal authority to put the list together. Like, here's the list of capital development projects that will get submitted to the Capital Development Committee. So we've been very active. I mean, that's actually, I say, been the bulk of our work, is trying to work with the administration to ensure, or do our best to ensure, that the project is placed at a point on the list where it gets serious attention, right? We don't want to be the 40th project on the list. Would not bode well for funding. So a lot of it's been kind of internal is not the right word. Much of our work on that particular issue has been with the administration over the last 3 to 4 weeks, and starting the legislative outreach process. We've got conversations scheduled actually here in the boardroom. We thought that'd be a great way to make some points. I think on the 17th and on the 23rd. So we've got a few scheduled coming up.
Any other questions for, go ahead.
So I know it's too early to give any specifics, anything about bills or anything, but do you have, in general, some topic areas you think are going to be of interest to legislators that you've heard about?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Escarga. Normally at this time of year, I think my answer to that would be yes, and then I would tell you what those are. I actually don't right now, though. And I think that's because things are just a little bit slower based on how the pacing of the last few years. So, I mean, other than saying we know that there are things that school districts are perennially concerned about, right? Funding, for example. I mean, that's, I would hazard a good guess that school funding will be a topic of conversation. It is every year, so I don't know that that's very insightful. And I think you all know this, there is an interim school finance committee that's meeting. So that means increases the likelihood of a more substantive conversation around school finance, both through this interim period and in the next legislative session. But other than kind of the big stuff that people are generally always concerned about, I don't have anything specific. I will say that in a variety of areas in which I work, there's kind of a desire of many people to say, oh boy, legislature, you've done a whole bunch of stuff in, healthcare or employment law or whatever it is over the last few years. Could we maybe slow down a little bit and give folks a chance to catch up? And I think you hear that to some extent in some of the K-12 circles too, maybe particularly at the school district level. I don't think that's going to happen. I just think legislators by nature will continue to run a bunch of bills, and they'll have big ideas and they'll have little ideas. And I think we will see about the same number as we do in a typical year, which is, at the end of the day, usually in the 50-ish to 70-ish pieces of legislation.
Yes, I can attest to the fact that we say that every single year and have for as long as I can remember. And maybe one year because something else was going on.
Well,
there was a
2020
fewer
COVID helped us out on that regard. So there you go.
Yeah.
Thumbs up for the pandemic in one regard.
Board Member Rankin?
Ms. Mello, is it possible for the board members to suggest legislation, and how do they go about doing that? Do they go through you, or how does that work?
Madam Chair, Board Member Rankin, I wouldn't say we have a formal outlined process for that. If you all are interested in legislation, absolutely, would love to talk with you about that. I think it's my strategic advice to you all would be that something that you all agree on is strategically more likely to be successful across the street, right? There's 7 of you, soon to be 9, and you all are elected and have all the rights that go with being elected, and that is great. If we're moving something as an entity, it's challenging to do that when there's disagreement within our entity, and then we're over there being proactive, right? It's just It's hard. So I would encourage you to speak with your fellow board members and loop me in and loop the commissioner in, and you know, we're happy to help develop that, help facilitate conversations amongst you all as is appropriate and need be. Is that a sufficient answer?
Well, I kind of thought that CDE worked on coming up with legislation if they felt it was necessary, and I just don't know that we've ever met or discussed it, or maybe at our work session we could if anyone has ideas for it, just when we're all together, but I don't know the process.
I think we have had kind of a formal process. I think when Dr. Schroeder's appointed 2 liaisons over at the Capitol, and then when CDE, when the department wants legislation, they brought it to the board, and I don't ever remember us not approving a particular legislative request to instruct Ms. Mello to work on. And board members have had a few ideas and that have also been enacted over there. And so I think, we did that at a meeting, I think I want to say it was October, maybe November, as part of perhaps our November board meeting that the staff has. If they've uncovered something that needs legislation, I think they bring it to us formally, and that would be a good time to bring any ideas that any of us have individually, and I would guess that'd be an agenda item at the November meeting.
Mr. Vetcher,
Or at the retreat, could be at the retreat.
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you. That's actually a more full and better answer. Yes, at some point, I do think that it is appropriate to have, you know, the board say, yes, we're going to vote. We vote to move forward with this or not. I think before we get to that point, having some conversations about what the ideas are and just being able to flesh it out a little bit, right, and talk with staff about it. I think there's a little bit of a distinction if it's a board-initiated thing, which, again, is great. You all absolutely have that authority. We work for you, and we are happy to work with you on that.
There have been many of those, but we did
Correct.
have the coding legislation that in teaching elementary school teachers to
Yes.
how to teach
Computer
coding,
science.
and that was a board member initiative, I recall, and so it's not uncommon. I mean, it's not, I don't say it's common, but it's certainly not unheard of for those to be part of any package that we take across the street.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I just would add one other thing is that we do go through a process with staff where we ask them, you know, like, what is there stuff out there that you think needs to be fixed? That tends to be more technical items, right? So it's not policy advocacy. It's not, you know, we should. I'm trying to think of an example. I can't come up with one, but you know, it's not like let's radically change the way that the K-12 system operates. But there's stuff like, oh, okay, well, because of the pandemic, this deadline got changed, and now
We
there's a
should.
deadline in statute that's inconsistent, and we may need to fix that. We have run, we call them technical cleanup bills in the past.
Presume he-
Strategically, those can be challenging because they have to have these really big, broad titles, like concerning K-12 education, which is a little challenging. What we've tried to do in the last several years is work some of that through the School Finance Act. You know, and again, that's a totally transparent process, right? Like, we're not sneaking those in, but the School Finance Act can be a vehicle sometimes for fixing some of these more technical things. And, you know, we share all that with stakeholders and with legislators and with all of you. We're not sneaking anything into school finance, but it's just a vehicle that way we don't have to either run 15 separate little bills to change a date here, or do this or that or the other. And we don't run one big bill that could be hijacked because it has a really big title, which, you know, would not be consistent with what the goal of the legislation is. So, so there's policy legislation is how I think about it, and then there's technical legislation, and we have a little bit different tracks for those.
We can change things by rule too, can't we? I mean, that's not even legislation, like pandemic type stuff.
Sometimes, yeah, and I that's one of the things we'll often say when staff will raise an issue. It's like, okay, well, let's think for a second. Is this something that we actually have to change in statute, or is this something that the board could address by rule? So we certainly.
So, Madam Chair, I may be ahead of the game, but if in November I need to be put on the agenda, I have an idea for a bill. I don't know the next step.
It might be a
Is it
good idea to
November or
run
October?
staff by that,
When's-
staff,
when's
and
our
have them
retreat?
flesh it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll follow up. I look forward to hearing more about it.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Mello. See
Thanks.
you
Have a great day.
Ju-
Did you say see you in June?
See you soon.
Soon. Okay. June would be fine too.
You wish.
Dream on.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah.
So we're already off schedule. That didn't take us long. We'll now have an overview of the standards revisions, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask Dr. Cobb to come up to the table. Dr. Cobb is just, in case you were missing this, as you remember, legislation was changed to change our process in the standards revision. And so though you may think you just finished this, we're going to start it again. So Dr. Cobb will walk us through what's going to happen.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Anthus, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the board. We have our presentation up. Great. Thank you all very much for being here. I'm here alongside Dr. Kolzman to provide just an overview and update to the standards review and revision process that will be taking place this year. We've talked with you a little bit about this before, and really just want to provide an overview to give you an understanding of what's going to be happening with the process this calendar year. As you can see on the slide currently on the screen, the process has been amended such that the revisions will, instead of being occurring all at once, will occur in groups. So there will be 3 groups of standards by which the revision process will take place over a series of every 2 years. This first year begins the process for the arts and the social studies. And the implementation of these standards will be required by law in 24-25. Just a refresher in terms of the process that we have, there's a stakeholder review process that'll take place, and really just to provide feedback on the current standards. So the intention is for the process to be iterative. CDE staff, our roles are simply to facilitate a process where a group is brought in of applicants who happen to be subject matter experts who provide insight and guidance to any recommendations that might be need to be updated, and then the review committees then propose revisions that are then brought forward to you as the state board, with you all making the final decisions in terms of whatever recommendations that might come forth. In terms of the basic process, as I had mentioned before, there's an initial side, there's more research and information gathering, including a survey of online systems, benchmarking reports, et cetera. And then the committee uses that information to be able to inform whatever revisions need to be made. You'll note that in between those 2 spaces, there is public input that is provided, and that public input is considered. Then from there, committee recommendations are presented to the state board for feedback, and also stakeholders for feedback. And then there's public input as well. And then finally, from there, the committee will revise final recommendations and then present those recommendations to you. And then once again, you all will have the final decision in terms of that particular process. In terms of legislation related to social studies, you can take a look at this slide right here, and you can see that there has been a lot of different bills and now laws that have been passed related to social studies in general. Certainly the regular revision of the academic standards themselves, but also the inclusion of Holocaust and genocide studies, which we have happened to recently discuss, the inclusion of history, culture, and civil government, as well, financial literacy, media literacy, and then as well as strengthening civics and education. And so all of those ideas will need to be incorporated into the revision. So we have a timeline for you to be able to see in terms of what we anticipate the process, how the process will continue to flow. You'll note that The committee membership was announced in March of 21, and the current plan is for there to be initial committee recommendations presented to the state board in November, and online public feedback will open shortly thereafter. And then from there, there will be another intention of another presentation for both social studies and the arts to the state board in February, and then allow for additional discussion of proposed amendments in March. And then there's an additional meeting that's created in between in the event that there needs to be some additional conversation that needs to be had. And then from there, the current timeline allows for there to be 2 months for there to be votes on the adoptions of the revision of the Colorado academic standards for both social studies and arts. And so with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my portion of the presentation, and I'll turn it back over to you for any questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, let me start over here. Dr. Schaffel, do you have any questions?
Okay, great, thank you. Can you say if it's a heavy lift or a lighter lift? You know, sometimes when we do this, it's a lighter lift because we feel like we've looked at them, but, you know, fairly recently, or there've been other iterations or other legislation impacting. Is this quite a heavy lift where we're really looking at every line? And then, as I recall the process before, there's all these associated documents, and then there are the, I can't remember the categories, but I mean, it's related to workforce readiness, and I mean, it's a very complex process.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Board Member Schultz, well, yes, I think with the inclusion of the additional laws for social studies, the lift is probably going to be a little bit heavier, only because there's just a few more technical requirements in terms of making sure that all of the elements of statute are met. And you know, for the arts, probably comparatively not as heavy of a lift. I can imagine that, you know, it's certainly an important thing to be able to do and revise, but certainly since we just completed this process here in 2018, you know, some of these ideas would be fresh, and one could imagine that some of the research elements aren't going to be but so new. However, for social studies, one of the things that, you know, our committees have to make sure that they're very conscious of is making sure that all the other elements of the law are met prior to them being presented to you.
How about reading and math? Do you think those will be a heavy lift?
Board Member Shuffle, we anticipate that they will. I'm pulling this up so I can remember where they fall in the timeline. In terms of the timeline, we deliberately pushed reading and math and really the assessed areas back as far as possible to allow, because of the associations with our state assessment system as well, making sure that there was continued alignment. So we have a little bit more time to be able to engage in that review process. I can imagine that, you know, a couple of years from now when that process emerges, it'll be in alignment with what we would typically see in terms of, you know, a cycle, you know, for a standards revision, or what we were previously accustomed to in terms of the volume of changes that might need to occur.
Okay, and may I ask a follow-up? What about other documents? In your mind, which documents really drive instruction in the classroom the most? I mean, theoretically, you walk in a classroom, you're supposed to have a standard up there with some outcomes, and then when you look at the documents on the CDE website, there's just a lot there, right? There's sample curriculum, there's linkages to workforce readiness, there's, I think, example assignments or guided readings. I mean, there's just a lot there. Is it your sense that, I mean, we can work on the standards, but if people are really using that as kind of a more of a broad road to stay on, and they're really looking at the curriculum examples deeper to guide what they're doing in the classroom, then do we really have to look at that to look for impact? Because, you know, we change the standards, we have the standards, we look for impact in classrooms. Sometimes we don't see it, we're wondering why. And, you know, where is the impact that could be associated with this relook at the standards?
Sure. Madam Chair, Board Member Shovel, I think the one thing that we have to think about with the standards is thinking about them in their entirety, as opposed to individually specifically. And I think that, you know, some of the best teachers that I've had the opportunity to work with and observe have been able to look at the standards document and understand how they collectively work in the experience of a child over the course of a year, and not simply think about documents per se as it relates to, what it is that they need to find in order to get through the day or get through the week. And so when they are able to kind of step back, understand the relationships and associations and how these things relate to the collective experience, then there's an ability for them to be able to more efficiently identify how the tools that they'll be able to select will add to that specific experience. What our standards team has done an excellent job of and continues to try to do as best as possible is to provide those experience in order for instructional leaders and teaching staff specifically to have a deep understanding of the connections and the associations of these standards documents themselves, so they can understand how these concepts then connect. And what we've found, more often than I think that we would like, is that there's not always enough time that's actually dedicated specifically to the actual learning of the standards documents themselves. And I think the more opportunities that can be created for teachers to begin to understand how these concepts partner together, the materials that the school districts purchase, and the expectations that are established by the state, then the better opportunity they then have to see that continued growth and achievement within the students that they serve.
So, I think right now what's happening in schools is, I was reading an article recently that said if you really did all the standards, it would take you 3 years in 1 year because there's just too many of them. And so, teachers are saying, well, what are the power standards? What are the most important standards? How do they fit into the other standards that surround it? So, I don't know, as we look at this, it'd be great to look more deeply at the question, how can we make the standards matter? There's so many of them that people feel like they really can only touch 1/3 of them if they were really teaching to the standards. Then there's the associated documents that help them get there. Are those the right documents? Can they really create a difference for students in our classrooms? So that would be maybe a good discussion to have.
Great. Thank you.
Madam Chair, one other thing we might want to consider with those really good points, Board Member Shuffle, is the ESSER money we just approved to put together some high-quality instructional materials. So we've always been a little careful at our level to get too into the details, but we also know that's where the rubber meets the road, right? So we do have this opportunity to create some maybe voluntary instructional materials or a list or something like that, that might help bridge that gap between standards and what actually gets taught in the classroom. So something for us to consider for that too.
Mr. Durham, do you have any questions?
Well, Dr. Cobb, how recent in history is the widespread use of standards? I'm trying to remember my time at Colorado State College, now UNC, and also my year as a teacher. I have to say I don't ever remember seeing a standards document through any of that period of time. Would my memory be correct? Do you know the history of this well enough to answer that question?
Madam Chair, Board Member Durham, I'd have to go back. At one point, I had that answer at the front of my mind, and because you're asking me on the spot, it's not coming to my mind immediately.
Is it recent though?
Yes,
I mean,
in my head, it's a much more recent thing than it is. Yes, yes.
Passed in 1993.
Would it be an unfair observation then to suggest that we had apparently a better educated group of high school seniors in 1965 than we have today?
We'll have to be really careful on that one.
Well, I think there was a considerable period of time where SAT scores peaked in 1965. I mean, is that an unfair comment? It's that standards may not be getting quite the desired result?
What's the results, sir?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know what the result is supposed to be. That's a good question.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Board Member Durham. No, I think it is an important question. I wouldn't be able to make the comparative analysis, obviously, but I do think that it's an important question to continue to ask in terms of is the mechanism getting the desired results that we're looking for?
Thank you.
You're looking at the same thing.
Sorry.
Can we go down the line
yeah,
and
go
then, don't lose your thoughts.
Okay, that's.
Well, that's all right. I was gonna actually respond as well. So the SAT, ACTs, whatever, given back in the sixties were only administered to those students who intended to go to college. And at that point, certainly, some of the most already highest achieving students. So the group was very different. It's only in the last decade and a half that we have gone and given it to every single student. A humongous difference. Also, it's renormed every so many years because scores creep up. They renorm it. It's done with IQ testing all the time. I've gone through several revisions of that, and they power test it. They make it more difficult each time because kids are scoring better. So it's just, like I took the GREs years ago. I can't use those anymore because it's just not comparable. So that I think is the answer to that. So my question is around the timeline, and in November, once we get the initial recommendations, it says the online public feedback opens. Can you describe to me what that would look like to both an educator and then the general public?
Sure. Madam Chair, Board Member Skarsgård, the process in which we engage is to allow for, the intent is after the presentation before the State Board is to present that, to allow for that information to be posted online. And then what we allow for is, we have a system that we've actually developed. It's actually very complicated from a technical side on the back end. On the front end, what the user experience basically gets is an opportunity to be able to look at the standards and offer comments basically on the entirety of the document. So if there's a question about a specific concept, or the elimination of a comment, or an omission of a concept, or desire for the inclusion of an additional concept, all of that is gathered and taken. And then what our committee does is they look at the information, and what they try to identify is whether or not the statements that are made are actionable or not actionable. And that's kind of how the questions start to emerge, is that if there's, sometimes when you have public comments, people, the public might opine, but not say, this is what I would like to see. And so that puts the committee in a very difficult place in terms of specifically what to do. And so then from there, they'll take all of that feedback under consideration as a committee, pay very close attention to, what's stated. Then they will provide a response specifically to every single piece of feedback that is provided, and then make a determination and action as to whether or not they would recommend or not recommend. But all that information would be available on the website for the public to be able to look at and review once complete.
Okay, all right, thank you. I know it's a little overwhelming when you're a generalist. You're going in and you open up that standards document. I got to tell you, I more than once opened it up and shut it. I said, I can't provide you any feedback on this. So, but there is a place where if they do want to give just overall general feedback, correct? It is there, if I remember correctly, because that's what I was finding, and I went for it. Okay. I think my next question is, and this is to board chair also, will the public have an opportunity to provide feedback to us directly in public testimony? So I'm assuming that, and maybe I'll just answer some of that, I'm assuming that as the topic comes up, we have time on each of our agendas, right? And it would be probably, if we hear it in November, we don't meet in December, it would be January and maybe February in which people would be able to comment publicly, right?
They can, however, it's to their benefit to provide it in writing because we limit the time so much. So
Well,
if you want to provide an
yeah.
extensive feedback, you have to realize that you're limited to that. We've
And-
not had tons of feedback in that manner, if I remember correctly. It's been more about written.
Yeah.
Do we have a way to record feedback? I can't remember that, but I do recall that most of the feedback, and that's what we have the opportunity to analyze also,
Mhm.
right? Otherwise, we have 6 people who come and speak to us for 3 minutes each.
Yes,
That's all we've heard?
yep.
That's not the kind of sum total as collecting a large volume, and we do get a large volume.
Yes, I
Of
would
collective
imagine we
thing.
would. I'm just wondering if it could be possible, as time goes on, if the requests are numerous to come in person, that we might want to consider perhaps setting a time aside for just that topic, and maybe doing it, and I'm just right out there, like by Zoom or something, so it's easy for everybody to have input. We're all there, I don't know, an hour, 2 hours at some point. Just to think about it, because it is very limiting, 30 minutes. I don't know if we'll actually have a request. But I'm just in my head thinking, I don't want to get caught later saying, boy, I wish we had, we get criticized for not having had more time, knowing how much people are invested in this topic. But I don't know. It may be the written will come forward, and I just want to throw it out there for thought.
Have we been criticized in the past for not taking feedback?
Not really, Madam Chair,
No,
but
I don't recall that.
because we do a pretty extensive survey where they can go into each
Mhm.
standard and like make
Yeah.
their changes.
Yeah.
But I don't think your idea is off base. We could do a work session. You know, sometimes on these
need-
big topics, we
Mhm.
do work sessions that are different, or we do a town hall or something, or,
Yeah.
so we can certainly take that under advisement.
And I will be clear, I have been sitting out in that audience and have had individuals wanting to come speak and have been cut off by that timeline. And there were a number of individuals that were signed up. So it has happened, and I don't want that. I want to be able to foresee that.
They can come back later in the day?
No, we actually were not allowed to. This was, maybe that's your process now. This was back, remember, when I had a whole bunch of principals and people that were here to speak on a topic, and it was just the 30 minutes was up. And somebody had gone and signed up, like 20 people ahead of our
Yeah.
folks when they came in. Does that ring
Oh,
some
yeah.
bells? But anyway.
Yeah, that
I'm
rings
No,
just-
some
but there's
bells.
Being
always that, because we've
proactive.
been here till 6:30 or 7. So
Okay.
at the end of the day, on the Wednesday, the first day,
Okay,
we all, and we had it yesterday,
yeah,
right? There's always an opportunity for those people who don't get through
okay,
in the morning to come later.
okay,
It's not convenient,
right.
I totally understand that, but
Right.
that,
Okay.
we maybe need to,
Think about it. All right, that's helpful for me, just as people ask or something. I'm going to definitely drive the written comment piece, because it is much easier to do. I'll drive that as a recommendation. But I just, in case people say they do want to appear in front of the board, I just want to be able to direct them. Okay. That's it, thank you.
Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the social studies. Let's see, where is that? Page 7, slide 7, the legislation. And we have 6 areas. Half of them are from last year. It looks like we have 6 silos here. And I'm hoping, when you talked about curriculum, that we aren't looking, it would be wonderful if we had one curriculum that combined all of these. But I go back to what I've said a million times, and we need to define what it is we're looking for. Maybe it's in those bills already defined. And if not, it's very broad, very, very broad topics. And I know in the reading, we have a list of approved, and to be able to match the curriculum to each of these, and these are the best ones that match the bill, I think would really be helpful, and I think you might have alluded to that. I'm not sure. But I was in an AP class last week, a senior class, and the teacher invited me to come in and listen to what the students were saying. And they were talking about media literacy, and to me, that can be so broad, and depending what the teacher thinks should be taught at this point, I don't know if they even had a textbook, but she was sharing with me some very interesting things that they did in their class, and they started it in 9th grade, and it was out of Stanford, and it was an idea of looking at one side of an issue and looking at another side of an issue, and then seeing how it was portrayed in the media. And the way she described it, I thought it was really valuable, but I don't know how many other schools are using something similar, I think all of this to me is a heavy lift. I love the way you've divided it up for us, but I go up to the color code with the orange and gray, you know, and the circles, and I understand it because we've done this before. But that whole idea, when you go down, the colors don't always match what was above. If we could simplify that a little more. I have had parents come to me. This year I've gotten parents more interested, or taxpayers, I'm not quite sure. I think they're both, some of them. But, and they want to know about the standards. They're really curious. And I hate to keep saying, go to the website. I would love to have this condensed a little more, but so it's easy for the taxpayer to read. And, right now I look at it, I say you're 75% there. Maybe it's just a matter of matching more colors. But taking just what we're looking at this year from last year's bills and what goes on, at least in the rural areas, they can't come in and testify, but they would like to know more about what is happening in the area of standards, and this would be a great place to start. I really like the way you've laid it out, but if you kept in mind, where is it what are the parents looking for? Are they looking for input or things that they can input at their local level, and how do they do that? That would really be helpful. And I just call that adapt to the public, a handout. I would like to have that just when I go around and talk to parents. And as much as we don't believe this, a lot of people aren't listening to our board meetings. So these kinds of things that are easier to hand out to them are really helpful. But thank you so much. This was a very detailed and good presentation for something that's very, very complicated. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So what I'd like to add to that is, to the extent that we endeavor to do a better job of explaining to our public and parents what this is, use examples. That's the only thing for many of us. What does it mean to have a standard? And get to the part about what you expect kids to know. And then talk about, curriculum, and then have alternatives. Because most of the time, what the parents are interested in is the curriculum that will their children. So, which is honestly one of the reasons they tune out the standards, because that isn't what tells them. It should tell them what their kids ought to know ultimately, but it doesn't tell them what is it their kids are seeing every day in school, and how can they also understand that and see that and know about it and help them. Exactly. Board Member McClellan, do you have any questions or comments? Board Member McClellan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions have been answered, but I wanted to echo Board Member Rankin's thanks to staff for these great handouts. I have found myself standing in front of stakeholders who want to know what the timeline is for the process and when they can give their input. And these timelines that stretch all the way out to July of 2026 are really comprehensive and helpful. And I'm going to be sure to print them out and share them, because I'm afraid Board Member Rankin is right that not everybody is riveted to these meetings. So thank you so much for those great handouts. They'll be really helpful when we're talking to stakeholders.
Thank you. Board Member Esser? Board Member Esser? Okay, let me go back to Board Member Sheffel. I'm sorry, I made you wait.
No, it's,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Whoops.
I'm hoping you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Not well, but yes.
I am trying.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Board Member Esser, we can hear you. Just speak up as much as possible. Oh.
Are we good? Not well. I can try to get a bit closer to the phone. First, I want to thank Dr. Cobb and Dr. Colesman, and especially the expert panel they put together. Okay, I will do my very best. So, Dr. Colesman, this panel you put together, do you have any idea how many hours of work they have?
I think she said how many hours of work they have.
For the committees?
For the panel, she said, she called it a panel.
Right, so, what I would say is all of the meetings that we have posted on our website show the general commitment that our committee members have, but we always kind of say this is the gift that keeps on giving, in that you sign up for a committee knowing that you have 8 meetings, and unfortunately it typically ends up being more than what's posted on the website. We often need to call additional meetings for staff or for the committees, and committees members often also do outside research, reviewing things in their off time. So I would say that the commitment is far beyond what would be assumed by looking at the meeting schedule on our websites. It is quite substantial.
Further questions, Board Member Esser? We are having some technical difficulties.
Thank you, Dr. Colesman. And if I remember correctly, we do not pay these panelists, correct?
Correct. These are volunteer positions. However, when there are in-person meetings, committee members are reimbursed for travel expenses. And if there are meetings that occur during a school day, which requires a substitute teacher, we do fund the reimbursement to the district for any substitute teacher costs.
Thanks so much.
Board Member Sheffield.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I just had a comment about parent involvement. You know, with COVID, I think parents have been increasingly have heightened interest in what their children, adolescents are learning, and what the curriculum is and what the standards are that drive that. So I would just say, as you're choosing individuals for this committee work, do you have so many slots for parents, or how does that work? Because sometimes there's all these other entities that get a place, and then you might have 2 parent places, and it might look representative because, you know, their parents are represented. But in a way, when all the other entities are there, they, in a way, have kind of a fractional voice. I mean, can you speak to that?
Sure. Madam Chair, Board Member Shuffle, yes, we do make an effort to make sure that we include parents on our committees. I don't have the specific number of parents on the committee offhand right now, but that's certainly a consideration, that we want to be able to make whenever incorporating, members on the committee. We try to do our very
thank
best.
you. I think my computer is not appreciating this format, but thank you very much.
She's on the delay. She's watching so
the
she's
stream.
getting our delay about,
Okay.
when we stream it, it's
Mhm.
delayed, so.
And then I was just gonna make a comment on the standards. I think when we look back, I think the standards movement really came out of a nation at risk, right, in the late eighties. And then all the work that went through the governors, Bush convened a big group and they set goals and the standards movement issued from that. But it's a great question, do the standards work? Have the fact that we've been doing this for several decades matter? We spend a lot of time here thinking about it. We ask teachers to post them on the board. We do endless curriculum maps. And it makes intuitive sense that it should matter, because I think previous to that, we were counting on content, knowledge, and expertise of teachers. We were counting the fact that they know the scope and sequence of history in fifth grade or whatever, and they would work with their colleagues before and after their grade to ensure they delivered the class to the sixth grade teacher prepared, having covered what the district landed on, and vice versa for the students they were receiving. So I think there was a sense that, well, we need to standardize that to some degree. So that makes intuitive sense, but the question is, has it really resulted in raising student achievement? And there's research going on about that in the Institute for Education Sciences. There's CSAIL committee, which stands for Center on Standards, Alignment, Instruction, and Learning, and I like IES for some of the good research they do. But I think it's a great question. How can we look at what we're doing with this work, because it's a heavy lift, and figure out how to distill it better for teachers, or how to create linkages better to curricula, or help parents be armed with the right information so they can ask great questions or something. And I think we've all kind of alluded to that. Thanks.
I do remember, and I still hear today, teachers saying, thank heavens that there are standards so I have some idea what is expected of me. Whether everybody comes through and our expectations, the general public's expectations are met, I can't speak to, but I do remember having teachers say, this is really helpful in helping to guide me to figure out what is it that I should be, what curriculum should I be picking, what is it that my kids should be learning.
That's good.
So I think that was loud and, to my understanding, that was loud and clear when it started in the 90s. Board Member Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many members are on this committee? Apparently, we should have selected all of them some time ago, actually.
Madam Chair, Board Member Durham, I can get that information to you in terms of the specific number. I don't
Yeah,
have it
well,
before me right
if you
now.
wouldn't mind, I'd like to have the names of committee members and their applications and curriculum vitae or whatever they submitted in order to be selected, and which, if we have designated spots for certain level, elementary, high school, which of those slots they filled.
Great.
And if I get that in hard copy and get it to Carol, if we don't get it by the end of the day, and she can mail it to me.
Be glad to provide it to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. I'll see you in about 15 minutes, right?
Yes.
We're going to take a break, please.
Okay.
Okay. We have a break, 15 minutes? We'll now have an overview of the key learnings on early reading in Colorado. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Kolsman.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. Today's presentation is actually a really nice opportunity, I think, for all of us. We've produced all sorts of reports for you. You get an annual READ Act legislative report. We have reports that are mandated through Senate Bill 19199 from an external evaluator. You get reports from dyslexia working groups, among many other reports. This is really a time to just kind of, instead of drinking from a fire hose, reflect a bit and say, what are we learning from these different reports? This is not an exhaustive list of what we're learning, just some of the key points that we wanted to share with you as some of our initial observations and some of our thinking about how to act on what we're seeing. We welcome your contributions as well to our thinking and reflective work here. So we'll be spending our time today kind of reviewing a little bit of some of the key findings. Just as a reminder, we're not going to go in depth on every slide because some of these you've seen before from different reports, but instead just an opportunity to kind of see those again. And as part of your board materials, you have the full reports as well. But what we'll do, the one that we'll probably spend a little bit more time on is the needs assessment from the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant. That was something we had some preliminary findings that we shared with you back in February, so we actually have a bit more to share with you today. So we'll start by taking a look at the a quick summary of the WestEd evaluation report that you received last month by looking just at the implementation of the READ Act itself. I'll hand this off to Dr. Cobb.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Kolsman, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the board. Just a refresher in terms of some key learnings from our READ Act report as it related to the annual legislative report that we provide, as well as a report that was procured from WestEd. In looking at these findings, in terms of the information on the slide, you'll notice some consistency in terms of the themes that emerge, and likely we'll see some things in here that we have discussed in meetings previously. Certainly, as you see in the first bullet, as it relates to the general information about students with significant reading deficiencies continuing to remain low, and certainly a specific need for there to be increased support in terms of students with who are English learners and students with disabilities. In addition, in terms of the key learnings, one thing that has continued to emerge and certainly has as the process has been able to be remedied for this, has to do with the need for adequate teacher training and also qualified teacher candidates themselves. Currently, I believe that we have about 18,000 teachers who are currently enrolled in the state-provided training on scientific and evidence-based practices, and thus far have between 5,000 and 6,000 teachers who have completed that training. And so in thinking about kind of the findings that we continue to see, there have been some elements that have started to emerge to address some of the challenges that had been previously identified. Certainly, in terms of additional pieces that we've seen, it has to do with the assessment system. Oftentimes, the volume of assessments sometimes complicating the use in terms of the overall findings that are needed. In terms of the external evaluator, as we discussed at our last meeting, there was a recommendation in their report to allow for additional time to support districts in making changes to their instructional materials and or their assessments, and wanted to let you know that we're also in the process of planning immediately of supporting districts with that, and so not necessarily waiting on that recommendation, knowing that the READ Act is a high priority of this board as well as across the state, in terms of wanting to make sure that now that we've gone through our process of compiling some of that information, being able to get clear with next steps that we might need to be able to take in order to support our district partners in terms of their continued implementation of the READ Act itself. Additionally, again, you will find in their recommendations certainly providing or developing information and helping developing and disseminating information about continuing to support the SRD identification for procedures for English learners, which was a conversation that we had last month in terms of really trying to make sure that we can provide additional support there. And then from there, finally, as it relates to the English learners, one piece that I'll touch on is making sure that we continue to provide additional support to provide full differentiation for English learners, both in professional development programs as well as instruction. Those continue to be elements that we will focus on, but wanted to kind of collate all these ideas together for you in this presentation.
So also last month you heard from the Dyslexia Working Group, and on slide 7 you'll see what just a quick overview what their recommendations are. You'll see that there is the idea of making sure we're disseminating the work that the working group is doing across the department and other agencies. They had some specific recommendations about potential indicators of dyslexia and disseminating those. But I think the really key piece that came from the Dyslexia Working Group is, again, the look at our assessments that we're using for our READ Act. And so, so spoiler alert, that is one of the common themes that's kind of coming up across all of these, is to take a look at that list. So we'll pick that up again when we get to kind of our summary of common themes and then some recommendations. So Dr. Cobb will now talk about the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Needs Assessment.
Thank you. And so the needs assessment for the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant was a requirement as part of the federal grant that we were awarded. And we have now reached a point where that report is complete, and wanted to kind of go over some of the recommendations that were found here. What you will find, interestingly enough, is information that sounds very familiar due to the numerous reports that we have. Certainly around the importance of a high quality workforce, specifically in terms of making sure that teachers feel confident in terms of their ability to meet the needs of all students, but also having enough of a background in terms of scientific or evidence-based practices as it relates to reading. In addition, continuing to make sure that there is a broad system of support to be able to ensure that there's a process by which every school and district has in order to support students in the acceleration of their reading, both up to 3rd grade and beyond 3rd grade as well. And part of that has to do with the importance of making sure that leadership, both at the state, both at the district and the school level, have a clear understanding of this process and certainly what's needed in order to be supportive of those students. And then finally and additionally, another thing that we've discussed previously is certainly, again, a need for a process for English learners, as well as continuing to find innovative ways to support students with disabilities, specifically as it relates to their reading and continuing to provide opportunities for increased engagement with parents and families as well. Dr. Colson.
Thank you. So often when we look at data, we always want to make sure that we understand kind of, what is this telling us? And we have multiple reports here which are telling us some similar things, which when we see that, it's important that we heed what we're seeing. So some of the things that we're seeing, clearly the need to better support our English learners through being able to help identify high quality instructional materials and support the proper identification of significant reading deficiencies among this population. We're seeing challenges with the number and usefulness of the READ Act interim assessments. Currently, there are 7 assessments that are approved. Through the WestEd report, you heard that there was a challenge of meeting a particular part of Senate Bill 199 regarding having a growth to standard, a common growth to standard approach. That's really challenging when we have 7 different assessment tools to be able to accomplish that. From the Dyslexia Working Group, we've heard that there are some of those assessments are more useful than others in being able to have a breakdown of some early potential indicators of dyslexia. And so there are subtests that then can help be an indicator. We see continued support needed for Tier 1 instruction, being able to have quality core instructional materials and with professional development. Greater support for students with markers of dyslexia, and then just that increased need for deeper knowledge related to scientifically or evidence-based reading instructions for teachers and leaders. So those are some of the big themes that have emerged for us. And here are some of the things that we are considering as next steps, and we would like your feedback on these as well as any additional considerations. The first is we do believe it's time to review and revise the READ interim assessment rubric to continue to meet the statutory requirements under the READ Act, but also to include criteria that would help have some subtests that would help with that early markers of dyslexia notion. We also, with respect to our English learners, there is a piece that was not included in a report, but actually was included in the state release of our assessment data in August. And you'll recall that Ms. Zurkowski, as she broke down the different subgroups and performance, really there was a strong indicator that our English learners have had a greater impact to disruptions of in-person learning than our native English speakers. And so we're thinking about this kind of from a really big picture of, you know, how do we address this bigger issue of achievement for our English learners, as well as what we're seeing particular in reading here, and really bringing a lot more resources departmentally to bring that to bear on this particular issue. So this is an area that we're going to be really honing in on in our strategic recovery plan, is regarding our English learners, and using that as an opportunity to really look at that K-3 band and some of the issues that we're seeing there. We do see that we need to continue efforts for guidance and support for the field in scientifically and evidence-based practices. So that is something that this data is telling us, that that's continuing to be important. And one thing that we are hearing is around, you know, what about our administrators? They're the ones who are evaluating our teachers. They are the ones who are providing instructional leadership for our elementary schools. And, you know, we've heard, you know, might there be ways for us to think about teaching administrators what they need to know about the science of reading and what that would look like. Now, of course, that piece is easy to say, but there's also then resources and like, you know, what approach does that look like? And you know, there might be some policy discussions around there. We're not proposing a particular policy change, but we're just trying to think about this piece that continues to come up around how do we help support our administrators in their critical work in this area. So with that, Madam Chair, we'll pause and would love to hear the thoughts of this board.
Or not. Colleagues, I'll let you go first. This is really frustrating to me, so I'll let other people say really nice stuff about it. You're first, Joyce.
I didn't hear that last,
Yeah, it's okay.
should I be afraid to go first?
No,
Oh.
say nice things.
The first thing I'd like to ask is the English learner aspect. That is concerning, but it always has been. So we are now moving on and maybe paying more attention. On the website, it says English Learners Curriculum, and it's Houghton Mifflin publisher, and I think it says coming soon, or maybe it's still being developed. Is that the only one we're looking at right now? And I'm not quite sure how that would be instructed in a classroom where the teacher doesn't speak Spanish, or could you explain a little bit about that?
Sure, Madam Chair, Board Member Rankin. The instructional programming review guide has curricula that is both in English and in Spanish. Those are the only two languages that we have. The Spanish curricula is specifically intended for schools where bilingual education basically is occurring, or Spanish is the dominant language of instruction in that particular class. So it's not necessarily for English learners per se. English learners winds up being a much broader category, certainly that includes students whose native language happens to be, again, something other than English per se. And so the very difficult job of a teacher who teaches students who are learning English is to and teaching them how to read at the same time is again one of the challenges that I think that we're seeing as it relates to these rates in terms of the READ Act, because the question that the more precise question that needs to be answered is, does the student have a reading challenge, as opposed to, does the student have a reading challenge in English? Those are two separate questions, and the ability to thread the needle between those two things has to be a bit more clear. And so the English learner process, the process for teaching English learners would need to make sure that it winds up aligning with whatever process that exists within the particular school. But the reason why there was only one curricula that you had noted at the time that was approved had to do with the impacts of COVID. Our vendors at the time when we were engaged in that process, wanted for the reviews to occur in person as opposed to remotely. We started that process March, April, or we're in the middle of that process, March, April 2020. And so that then delayed the process, and we have been continuing to coordinate and converse with the vendors, but that's part of the reason why that list has been so narrow, because we needed to have reviewers who spoke Spanish to be able to conduct an effective review.
So continuing on with that, do we have specific assessments that are in Spanish so that, and I know the classroom teacher may not be able to administer that, but there should be, if Spanish is the predominant language or there's more students there, it should be able to be assessed, and we should be able to separate a reading deficiency from an actual child that has dyslexia, even though they speak Spanish.
Sure, Madam Chair, Board Member Rankin. Yes, we do have assessments that are in Spanish. I think that the challenge becomes whether or not the district itself is administering an assessment to the child in Spanish, right? So that's where the challenge winds up coming in. Certainly, if that's part of the method of instruction that occurs in the classroom, then yes, that would occur. But we could have a number of school districts where students not native language is Spanish. The assessments are offered in English. They take the assessment not in their native language, and then receive a score. And that's been the back and forth conversation that I think we've been having as it relates to rates of identification. Because as I think I've mentioned previously, it's not. It stands to reason that the percentage of students who happen to be native Spanish speakers who have an SRD would be in proportion to the number of English students who have an SRD. It should not necessarily be out of proportion, and so that's been the question that we've been really trying to hone in on to get clear.
And we
as to
can
what
get
is
those
good.
numbers, I mean, if we really dig into it. I'd like you to go over those numbers. I think you said 18,000 teachers are enrolled in the Science of Reading course that you offer for free, and 5,000 to 6,000 have completed it. How many are total that need to be taking it? I'm assuming the 18,000 that are enrolled in yours, but the 5,000 to 6,000 could have taken another course that's not yours and paid for it. And are they counted in there? And what's the total we're trying to strive for? K3, I guess.
Sure. Board Member Rankin, we have, again, current estimates of around 23 or 24,000. We're in the process right now of putting together a process to be able to track, to get the exact number, because in order for us to get to the exact number, we have to have districts submit to us, the names and the information of those who will be teaching K-3.
Yes.
And so we're trying to figure out how to, do a dance with our data systems to figure out the best and the easiest way for that to happen, and make sure that we can continue to track. What we do know in looking at our data is that the overwhelming majority of educators have chosen to pursue the self-paced online training. And I would say that from a percentage standpoint, it's probably upwards of between 90 and 95%. It is an incredibly high number. That even includes the state-provided training, where we have our staff delivering a course via Zoom or Teams or whatever the format might have been over an extended period of time. So it is, we have, what we've seen is that the majority have wanted to move towards the one that was the most convenient. And thus far, we've received a lot of positive feedback from that course, and a significant portion of the credit needs to go to our staff, who worked incredibly hard with the vendor to make sure that it met a standard that they knew was expected.
Thank you for that, and just to reiterate, they must have the training by August 1st and have it reported to you by the 15th of 2022, is that correct?
Board Member Rankin, yes, that is correct.
And I want to go back to the English language learners, because to me that's one of the most challenging areas, except for the fact that they learn exactly the same way as English speakers. They just, from what I learned in my class, just may need to take more time on each one of these scope and sequence steps. If you have a Spanish-speaking family where the child goes home and he is spoken to in Spanish, the actual learning that that parent can do besides just reading to the child is the same, and we might have some direction, at least questions that parents can be talking to their child about, and the value of that is just the communication between the parent and child. And hopefully some of the questions the parent is asking in Spanish are the same ones that are paralleling what's going on in the classroom at some point, where there can be a connection made. Do we have anything, I personally am trying to put something together because I'm speaking to Spanish-speaking parents that are very interested in this and how they can help. Do we have something that would take each one of those steps of the 5 issues we're talking about, that we can possibly break down and have it written in Spanish, so that the Spanish-speaking parents can help their children if they so choose?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Board Member Rankin, we, as part of Senate Bill 19199, there was a public information campaign that was required, and we worked very hard with the vendor with a lot of support from the communications office in terms of trying to figure out what the right messaging was. There are some specific tools on the CDE website that point specifically to that in our Read With Me campaign, and a part of it has to do with being able to support, or it's done in such a way that native Spanish speakers would be able to access it and understand the communication campaign as well. I think that the point that you're making is well stated, in the fact that the process that we're trying again to support both our students with and our parents in understanding is that it's really in the process of reading itself. And the more that that messaging can continue to be communicated, I think the more comfort perhaps that parents will have in terms of their ability to provide assistance, because the process of actually putting symbols to sounds is something that is not always intuitive, and so parents can provide a significant amount of support, even if they are also still learning the English language themselves.
Good, thank you, I appreciate that. As things develop and more is known and more information we have that we can share with parents, please alert us to that, because even if it's a direction on the website, it will be really helpful, because we have to work as hard as we can. Also, the ESSER funds, one time only, have we talked about letting those pay for possible administrator education on the science of reading? I mean, principals are evaluating teachers. Could they take a course for administrators that would help them understand it? And also, I know of only one course, so could you address that a little bit?
So, Madam Chair, for the use of ESSER funds, we need to make sure that that's traced directly back to COVID. So if the school and district could say, this professional development is needed because we've seen a learning gap in K-3 reading, and we think that in order for there to be effective intervention, the principal needs to make sure that they understand the science. I do think that there can be a link made there, and especially because we do know that there has been an impact on reading in the state, but we always have to make sure we link it back to tracing it back to COVID. And I think there's a strong case to be made here in terms of there needs to be intervention provided, and that intervention needs to be focused on the right thing. So that is possible. Now, identifying this, the specific knowledge that principals would need, I think that would be something we'd want to spend some time being able to do. Clearly, the courses that we offer would be appropriate. However, there may be things that may not need to be as much depth as what a teacher is actually providing the instruction. And so we would have to, if we wanted to really look at and develop and provide that type of training for principals, we would need to really think deeply about what is it that they need in order to function in their role.
Yeah, I only know of one course. Do you know of others by any chance?
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay, I don't know if they've been developed, but, I don't know how I put that request in.
Board Member Rankin request for what?
COVID money to be used for
Right.
administrators
Right.
to be educated?
Yeah, well, that would probably be used for the 90% that goes directly to districts, and they could make those choices. We already submitted our plan for our 10% ESSER, and that would, that specific idea was not in there. So
Okay.
it
Thank
would
you.
be for the 90% that districts have the.
Now, do they have to have it all spent before the superintendent's meeting?
Oh, no,
Okay,
they
good.
have some time. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just a couple things. One, I do want to congratulate you on the course that was developed. So I am taking the course. I'm in and I'm moving along. And I find it that you can work for a while and then stop and drop it for a while and come back and pick up relatively easy. I have to say, and that's very beneficial given everybody's time schedules and stuff. So far, so good. I'm enjoying the course, and it's well done. It is very well done, very engaging, so
Thank you.
kudos to you. Then the only other thing is around the EL students, and maybe a request at some point that we could have either yourselves or expert with EL come in and talk a little bit.
English language.
Yeah, English language learners, EL students, to perhaps give us some basic information of how reading does occur with English learners and what the double challenge is, and particularly when it comes to assessment. I think we get tripped up a little bit in some deficit language, like the EL students, the learners they are struggling, they're blah, blah. When in actuality, they're going through the normal course of language and reading development, as a kindergartner, as a first grade, as a second grader, even to third grade. And it takes time for us to do that. And it is very difficult to discern when a child is having difficulty. Is it a delay in the language development, or is it a delay in the reading development? People, in fact, I even heard a little bit of, well, if their native language is Spanish, why don't we just test their reading in Spanish? If you are not taught reading in Spanish, it does not develop. My husband does not read Spanish. He does now some, but he was always taught in English from kindergarten on. It doesn't just vicariously develop, especially when you live in a culture where English is the dominant in all your signage and everything. You have to be directly taught. So testing in Spanish has no meaning, and that's hard for people to grapple with. But I do think it would help. It would be beneficial for us so we can really understand when we're talking about the difficulties with the assessment piece. So when you make some recommendations, we're ready to go with those, because it is very difficult.
Yep.
It takes a second and third layer for many children to understand what's going on. So at some point in the future, but other than that, thank you so much, and that's all I had.
Board Member Durham?
No questions.
Board Member Sheff?
Yeah, thank you for this time to think a little bit about what we're doing, what else can we do. When I think about this issue, it's so intractable, so long-standing that it is frustrating. You know, and for you all too, we all care about this. There's so many people that care about this in our state and around the country. When we think about it, we've had focus, we've had money, we've had legislation, we've had support from CDE and many others. We have a good model. It's based on research. We have advocacy. We've refined the model. We have assessments. We have data. We have input from lots of people. We have people meeting, you know, relentlessly to think about this. And yet, it seems like we can't seem to move the needle on this as much as we'd like, maybe not too much at all yet. So, you know, one suggestion, okay, maybe there's another leverage point. We could train the principals. They could have a better sense of what this looks like when they go into a classroom to evaluate a teacher. I think that's fair. You know, principals need to know what it looks like because they're a leverage point in that mix. So I would think that would be a good leverage point. I don't know that it will really move the needle particularly, because it feels like no matter what we do, we're not moving the needle substantially. So as we just have a thinking session, is there anything that you can think of as I read the reports here, the READ Act evaluation report, and yes, we could use a more simplistic approach to assessment so that, you know, we can interpret it with greater simplicity and have it more actionable. That makes sense. Yes, we could have principals better equipped when they go into a classroom to know what it looks like to be doing great literacy instruction. But is there something else that we're missing? Something simpler than all that? Because we keep putting all these variables in on the front end, and all of them should matter. They should. Summatively, they should really matter if we did all those things. Yet we do seem not to be getting what we hope we're paying for. And I don't know if it's incentives. Is it, I mean, you know, I always think more choices for parents. Parents are the ones with the best leverage point to say, my child's in 6th grade and I keep hoping this is going to work. And they've been on a READ plan and they've been in whatever, but it's not working. Is there some way to get their voice to help? Or is there, you know, I don't know, this is a thought session, so I'm thinking out loud. You know, I know that with some students where I've worked in some schools, like, well, is there a software program? And you've already vetted these programs. But, you know, I look at some software programs and I think, well, they really have the scope and sequence down. It's engaging visually. There's feedback to the child every time they click. You know, and then there's assessments at every unit level. So it's not like they have to work for 5 days and wonder if anything happened after every lesson. Is there something like that that we could suggest, or, you know, I don't know, what do you think? Is anybody saying anything that's a little simpler than let's add these two pieces to our model?
Sure. Madam Chair, Board Member Shuffle, and I think Dr. Colesman has something to add as well, but you know, I think that a number of the higher leverage points have been identified. It's just the implementation, unfortunately, has been slowed by COVID. Certainly, there's a high leverage point in ensuring that every teacher is operating from the same basis of knowledge as it relates to reading. We haven't been at that point previously. An additional point is making sure that the materials that teachers have aligns with the basis of knowledge that they have also. We're now, again, beginning our process of going through preliminary data in terms of what districts have submitted via the UIP. This is the first year that we've been able to get that. And in doing that, we've been able to see, you can begin to understand why why we are where we are, because the alignment isn't as direct as we would like it to be. Now, this isn't to say that simply having the alignment all by itself is going to address and remedy all of our challenges, but we can at least begin to start to get clear and diagnose what these more precise challenges are, because we begin to minimize the variables. And right now, in terms of where we are with our system, there's a lot of different variables as it relates to early literacy that has made our ability to diagnose the most critical factors that are impacting early literacy attainment because of, like I said, because of all the variables that are associated with it. And so what we have felt is promising is that again, the tighter alignment as it relates to the budgets, specifically in terms of how per pupil dollars are being spent on read funds, the requirement that teachers are all being trained on scientifically evidence-based practices so that we can all have a conversation from the same basis of knowledge, and then ensuring that the materials that the districts use are in alignment with that. We have confidence that once those things start to get put in place, the needle will start to move more rapidly than what it has in the past.
Thank you. Actually, I'll just build on what Dr. Cobb said, which is, we're talking about system change here, right? This is the first time, this is the first year we even know what instructional programs that districts are using. And we're starting to see that many of them are using programs that really don't have the evidence base that they need. We also see that districts may or may not be able to classify their programs appropriately, distinguishing between an intervention program and a core instructional program. So there's some diagnosis of a part of the issue right there. And also the professional development piece and getting that. But you've also worked hard on aligning higher education to the requirements of the READ Act. So there's a lot of pieces in place. When you see this on a smaller scale in a school, through the early literacy grant, when we make sure the teachers have the professional development, when they're using an instructional program that is appropriate, when they have support in understanding their assessment results, when their principals understand how to set up a system for literacy, we see results. And you can do that pretty quickly because you have the buy-in of the whole staff and you make changes wholesale right away. It takes a little bit of time to see that, but when we're doing this on a statewide level, it's much more complex as we're seeing. And so I would just say, we haven't seen the impact yet of all of these efforts. And I think we've also seen too, I think one component that's in our grant programs is coaching. And that is something that we know helps change behavior in classroom when teachers get feedback and coaching. So I think that is probably another element to consider. But it's not an easy thing to change an entire system, but the state is in that work right now.
And then just to follow up, when you look at other states that may be doing a better job because they're a couple years ahead of us on some of those systemic changes, is it Massachusetts? Is it Arkansas? Who is it? I mean, I was looking at different websites. Who's the best in early reading instruction?
Yeah.
Massachusetts is pretty good, I think. Arkansas is another one, perhaps.
Sure. Board Member Shuffle, the ones that we've paid attention to, and we've certainly engaged in conversations with Arkansas, Arizona, and Mississippi specifically in terms of, because all of those states have similar bills. The Head Start that I would say that a number of those states have is the alignment in terms of curricula. They have a much more narrow focus. Mississippi had a Head Start in terms of training of teachers, and so there was a much greater Head Start there as well. And so again, I think the one of the things that we're hoping to be able to see as a result of all of these changes is just greater alignment And so again, once the greater alignment occurs, then we can, if you were trying to conduct, some form of research analysis, it makes the process a lot easier to be able to get clear and diagnose where there within that system where there might continue to be challenges. But when we're dealing with a multiplicity of different systems right now, it makes it incredibly difficult.
Good, and then I just wanted to mention too, when I look at some of the data, Liberty Common Charter School, there's a white paper released about them just recently. They serve a high percentage of at-risk students, and their model is just so tight, and their data shows it. And so we're dealing with a bigger issue, which is the whole system, 179 districts and all the moving parts, but sometimes using a microcosm of what that could look like and then learning from that could be helpful. It's just, they're such a tightly run school, and their achievement shows it.
Thank you.
Board Member McClellan? Do you have any questions, Board Member McClellan?
Yes, one moment, Madam Chair. I'm just going to mute my other computer. Thank you so much. I thank you for this great presentation. I'm really sorry to see that we're still that we still have such a high hill to climb in terms of compliance with the law, frankly. One thing that jumped out for me was page 5 on the key learnings on early reading in Colorado presentation. The item that the second to last bullet point was read plan development perceived to be compliance-oriented, duplicative, and or burdensome. Well, it's the law, and it's the law for a reason. And I think this speaks to Ms. Rankin's point about not very many people paying attention. I think maybe it's going to take parents expressing themselves at their local boards. I don't know what it's going to take, but I hesitate to put staff on the spot to ask where this resistance is coming from. I hate to think that we have active resistance happening to compliance, but I just share the frustrations of other board members with respect to seeing that compliance is so slow to come about, and I appreciate the efforts to at least give us transparency in this process so we can see where it isn't happening yet.
Comment?
Sure, Madam Chair, Board Member McClellan. Yes, when we had the replan working group that was required in law a couple of years ago, this was a comment that we heard brought up quite frequently, and it has been I think the concern was, instead of thinking critically, sometimes what parents' experience was, instead of teachers thinking critically about what's needed, that there was plenty of experiences that were shared about simply taking the information from one year and moving it into the next year, or simply taking the information as a template and copying and pasting it and lifting it as it related to specific strategies. And what I would say to that is, I think that is sometimes just reflective of a symptom of sort of the broader challenge that we've seen, and this is a way that the system, or the symptom rather, revealed itself in certain circumstances. And we've as a staff have worked hard to continue to provide guidance in terms of replan development and replan implementation, and we'll continue to do so, and continue to review and take the recommendations from the replan working group to continue to be able to provide support from there. The English learner component actually was part of those recommendations also. I don't know if Dr. Colesman has anything else to add.
No, covered it well.
I mean, I will say that this is also an interesting tension between our really uber local control state transitioning to something that needs to be much tighter. We don't have a good precedent for that in the state, of something that we have really tried to control and keep tight and keep to a very specific approved, and there's not much wiggle room. It's like, this is, and so I think there has been that tension. I think we have that tension with our ladies in the back with our higher ed programs too. The tension of really saying this is how you have to prepare teachers in this subject area. There's some natural pushback from that. So I'll say that as well. I mean, the only thing I'll mention in response to Dr. Scheffel is, you know, I will say there's some good news here, because this is the first time we've tried to be tighter. So we do see with the early literacy grants, sometimes we say, oh my gosh, we have all these grant programs. Do they ever make a difference? Do they ever lead to scale up? Well, this is an example of, like, with our early literacy grant program, we did see outcomes. It was in a few districts, and now we're using that model to do the comprehensive literacy grant program, to feed into the full READ Act process, to feed into our Ed Prep program. So we have actually taken that success from a smaller pilot, and we're now trying to scale that. But large scale systems change in a state that's not used to tight, you know, essentially us telling them what the curriculum is not a short-term thing.
I just want to make sure we don't knock this over. Board Member McClellan, are you finished with your questions / comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure, thank you. Board Member Esser, I'm not sure whether we've figured out how to connect. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There you are, okay. Go ahead.
Yes, I do, and I hope you can hear me now.
We can.
And this is an area that is near and dear to my heart, especially when we talk about the lack of understanding about when a language learner learns to read in a language that they don't speak. And it's very complicated, and I've talked to Commissioner Antis about this before. I think it behooves us to realize that the culturally and linguistically diverse specialists we have in the department also work with the very brilliant Dr. Cobb and Dr. Colesman, so that when anybody goes out into the districts, they're delivering the same message and they have the same understanding of what the issues might be. So if a student reads in an alphabetic language in their own native language or home language, it will be easy to bridge them into English, independent of how much English they're speaking. Whereas if they don't, it's a different process. So is there some movement towards working together with federal programs, I'm sorry, Commissioner Antis, so that we can look at combining our strengths?
So, Madam Chair, yes, Dr. Esser, this is actually on our agenda for our next executive director meeting next week. We're looking at, and I mentioned this in our, kind of our next steps was like, how can we think about this particular issue related to the READ Act into the larger context of our department's strategic recovery plan? And so we are looking at how can we devote some resources within our CLD, our Culturally and Linguistically Diverse Education Office, to augment the support with our literacy team. This is something that is something that's going to be very important for us, to both devote resources, but also to, ensure that there is that strong commitment across the board to work together in this particular piece. And I really did like Dr. Escarza's idea as well about, bringing in some experts, because I think that is something that we can model for the rest of the state of how do we come together and find that common ground and find ways to support our classroom teachers as well as our English language development specialists in meeting the needs of our students.
Board Member Esser, any more questions or
Excellent,
comments?
thank you. And I would, I would like to say there are a few of us that do have expertise in both language and literacy, and it would be great if we could find those experts in the state and have them work together with the brilliance of Dr. Colesman and Dr. Cobb, and we can move this forward. With all that said, you are turning the Titanic. So I do understand the heavy lift everybody's making. So thank you for all your efforts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I read this, and having been involved, I mean, I just felt like I was reading comments and recommendations that I've heard for 20 years. And while I was initially troubled by the mass of dyslexia parents who pushed and pushed and pushed, and actually got quite a lot done. I'm the grandparent of a 5-year-old. I want him to go to a school, an elementary school, that has the attributes that Dr. Colesman, you just described. All the teachers are trained. The principal understands. The curriculum is aligned. So why don't we publicize that? Why don't we have every superintendent tell parents which school which elementary school provides that? I can't think of any, I mean, I'm struggling with the fact that despite everything that Dr. Scheffel described, we do not have the sense of urgency. And maybe it is going to take parents and choice to get that sense of urgency. Because I have a hunch it would make a difference in those schools, especially the ones where there is a lot of choice within the district. You're hearing my frustration. We're just not getting there. We need more money, we need more this, we need more that. We need a total commitment to our early kids. Principal David Singer yesterday just really inspired me. What I heard him say was, you got to get this done in elementary school. You cannot put it off. I would suggest to him, you got to do math in elementary school as well. And if we don't get to where we focus on that and getting our kids prepared in elementary school so that they can read, they can move on to algebra, et cetera, we're going to be, I mean, middle school and high school is patch, patch, patch a good share of the time, in part because the kids are coming in with some deficiencies that they don't need to have. I'm sorry, I just found this really frustrating. I appreciate what you've put together and collected, and these are the things we've learned, but we have not started figuring out how to solve them. We think we have, but little grants are not going to do they're not going to address the resistance that we continue to see. So yeah, I agree that the principals need to be able to evaluate. I don't know how much they need to know about the science of teaching and reading, but it needs to be enough that they can see it, that they know the curriculum that's being used in the school is aligned or is not aligned. Actually, I think their teachers could tell them. I mean, this is just for me, way too frustrating that we're not getting there, and we need something big. And as I said, while I was frustrated with the dyslexic parents, I'm pretty impressed with what they've managed to get done so far, so that folks are actually looking at their particular students. But let's look at all the students. Yes, English learners are specific issues, but we're just not even getting it done for the 60% of the kids that come to us just needing to learn how to read well. Sorry. Any other comments? Board Member Rankin.
I hate to leave it on that note. I do want to add a couple of things that we do have, and that is that the READ Act has money attached that has been going out since 2012. And now, after next August, if the teachers are not prepared and trained, they can't compete. They can't compete in this arena, and there will not be READ Act money for those schools. That is a very strong incentive for some of the districts to get the teachers educated, and I'm hopeful that that happens. That's the first thing. And number two, we have 180, I guess, plus districts. I would like you to report back, if you can, on any districts when they do have all their teachers trained, when they are putting this into effect. We have got to shine the spotlight on not only Liberty Common, but on other districts that may be in compliance and may be working toward it. We don't know right now, but I think it wouldn't be too early to ask. Too early to ask. I want to look at the positive parts of this.
Is it okay if we just have schools also? There are gonna be schools out there. We are given the leadership.
Absolutely.
They will be in that position. So it doesn't need to be a
No.
whole district.
I'm sorry, you're right. You're right. Sometimes my districts and my school are the same place, same.
Some of us are in
anyway.
a different boat.
Yes, I'm sorry about that, but you're right. Individual schools, let's shine a spotlight on them. One of the things that has really been impressive for me was when this came out, a lot of teachers saw an overview of this, and they didn't have the training. But the thing that they did see was we've got to spend 90 minutes a day on reading. Now, maybe they weren't all the way educated, but that's stuck in some of their minds. And some of them have gone ahead and taken 90 minutes, a block out. And it's not just terribly over and over and over again, or the teacher reading. They are allowing the students to partake in this. And I think this is going to help move. I believe it's happened already because I've heard a lot of it. And you know, I say if reading's the only thing taught, it's a good thing. But the 90 minutes, I think, is very impressive, even if it's a first step. And to continue shining the spotlight on the READ Act, what the department is doing, what the 5 states in the U.S., of which Colorado is one of them, has been selected to receive foundation information on how we are to go forward, the path forward. We've got to shine a spotlight on the good things, too. We saw yesterday how important that is. So as much as we want it to be fast-moving, just keep working at it, and I appreciate the work of Drs. Colesman and Cobb, and we're all in this one together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the great work. This is hard work.
It is hard. So, Ms. Maramba, would you announce the executive session, please?
Yep, an executive session has been noticed for today's state board meeting in conformance with 24-6402-3A2 CRS to confer with an attorney about the board's show cause. What, in order? Sorry, there's order regarding the Adams 14
You're in the
School
wrong-
District. Adams Central High School and Central Elementary School.
Oh,
And
sorry.
Aurora Public Schools request to amend the state order regarding directed action for Gateway High School.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to convene an exec session?
So moved.
Anyone opposed? Seconded, opposed? Motion passes. We're good. Ms. Maramba? Okay, we plan to be back at 1:15. So I thought there was something you read. The next item on our agenda is the board order for items 14 that we voted on yesterday. It's been prepared for us. Counselor, do you have any comments that you want to provide us with first? And then I don't know who's making the motion. You wanna make the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not too much. It's now posted on Board Docs, though I appreciate, in terms of the public's opportunity to read, that's probably only been finalized for about 15 minutes. The order portion captures all the exact direction that you all gave to the district in your motion and vote yesterday. It provides some procedural history and context as we think is appropriate for a document of this type, and you've had the opportunity to see the draft. So I don't really have anything else for you, other than to find out if you have edits for me or if it meets your approval.
Thank you. So I'll entertain a motion. Board Member Skarzik, could you make that motion for us, please?
Do I read the whole thing in, or do you just?
No, just a motion.
As
To
posted
approve.
on Board Docs.
Okay, yes,
Support.
I move to approve the order, the accountability recommendations concerning Adams 14 School District, Adams City High School, and Central Elementary School as posted in Board Docs.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
Thank you. Any further comments, questions, colleagues?
Madam Chair?
Board Member Durham.
I have just one thing I'd like to, at least, yesterday on numerous occasions, the superintendent of Adams District 14 mentioned an ad that was placed in the local newspaper by MGT, in which she, I think, emphatically claimed that it defamed her in some fashion. I've had a chance to read this article, as have all the other members of the board, and I find it to be anything but defamatory, but frankly rather straightforward, and simply a recitation of the differences between Adams 14 District and the superintendent and MGT. So I just think that the public should, if they who listen to that testimony and has any questions, I think it's self-explanatory, and I think it's virtually impossible to find. In fact, I think it is impossible to find this as a defamatory article.
Thank
So-
you. Any other comments, colleagues? Would you call the vote, please? Ms. Maramba?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes?
Board Member Esser. Board Member Esser. Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. State Board of Education will now conduct a hearing on Adams Arapahoe School District 28J's request to modify this board's May 2019 order directing partial management for Gateway High School by Communities in Schools. Oh, yeah, come on up, folks. I guess I didn't look, I thought I saw you all there. I didn't realize you'd come forward. Hadn't come forward.
Sure.
Yes.
Now, what are
Thank you so much.
our masks off to talk, or what are we doing?
Yes.
Okay.
In May of 2019, in an early action request by the district,
Delivered conformity.
this board ordered that Gateway be partially managed by an external entity, Communities in Schools, or CIS. CIS was to have authority over social and emotional learning, mental health supports, and engagement and outreach. Gateway and CIS implemented our 2019 order in the 2019-20 and 20-21 school years. In the spring of 2021, CIS informed the district that it would not be returning to Gateway for the 21-22 school year. The district is therefore requesting that we amend the 2019 order. It has identified another external entity, Zero Dropouts, and proposes to give Zero Dropouts authority over credit recovery, tutoring support, virtual learning opportunities, and extended day and evening learning opportunities. In order to grant this request, we need to find good cause to amend the 2019 order. That burden is on the school district. If we do not grant the request, the district will have to resume compliance with our 2019 order, which I recognize will not be possible without CIS cooperation. Aurora Public Schools will present any information in support of its request that we modify or order. The board, we have materials from the district, from the department, and the state review panel to help guide us in this decision-making and support a factual basis for its decision. The department will provide a more complete overview on the status of turnaround activities and recent personnel changes at Gateway and share observations about progress at the school. The state board's consideration of the matter shall be limited to materials submitted by the district and background information submitted by the department and maintained in the record of proceedings. Following the district's presentation, the state board shall have an opportunity to ask questions of the district, the department staff, or legal counsel. At the end of that period, the board may deliberate and vote regarding whether or not to amend the 2019 order. Thereafter, the state board may direct our council to prepare a proposed order for our consideration reflecting our decision. We may consider the proposed order at our October meeting, or, if necessary, via an electronic vote before then. This time, I would ask the commissioner to provide her thoughts, and then for the department staff presenters to introduce themselves for the record and begin their presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the leadership of Gateway High School and Aurora Public Schools for being here today. We really do appreciate all the work you're doing and the work you've been doing in the past 2 years adapting and changing, as we know your community was really heavily impacted by the pandemic. As was mentioned, Gateway received an order based on early action plan in 2019 and has been implementing your plan for the last 2 years. We know that the pandemic has had an impact on the original implementation plan and appreciate the school staff's work to meet the student needs through that shifting landscape. We also understand the district's need to adjust your order based on a number of factors in the order and changes at the school level. In addition, we want to acknowledge that with the accountability pause, we do not have performance frameworks to measure progress at the school in the same manner that we usually do. But we have 2 turnaround performance managers that are here and work with Aurora on a regular basis. So I'll pass this presentation to Lindsay Jackal, our Executive Director for School and District Transformation, and Johan Legengren. I think I've never said your last name, which is terrible. The Turnaround Support Manager assigned to Aurora Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair, and members of the board. My name is Lindsay Jekyll, and I'm joined by Johan Lilhengren from our School and District Transformation team. So as you've heard, our agenda item today is for the board to hear a proposal from Aurora Public Schools to amend their order for Gateway. As a part of this, today the department will provide a background on Gateway High School's accountability history, on the 2019 early action order, a summary of progress monitoring, and the findings from the most recent state review panel visit. In addition, Aurora will present their proposed plan and their requested order change. The board will have an opportunity to discuss, consider, and approve or deny the district's request for their change to their order. When staff presented to you in May of this year, we shared with you a few scenarios where schools may need to change their order, given that there are not frameworks that would determine whether or not a rehearing is necessary. Gateway is one of those schools, so their original order from 2019 indicated that a rehearing would occur based on if the 2021 framework were priority improvement or turnaround. And obviously we don't have a 2021 framework. And the manager from Gateway's 2019 order is not returning for this year. And so today, Aurora Public Schools is here today to share a proposed change to their order. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Johan to talk through some of their accountability history and progress monitoring.
Great. Thanks, Lizzie. Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Johan Lilligren. I am a turnaround support manager assigned to Aurora Public Schools. As additional background, we wanted to share a brief overview of Gateway's school performance framework and the State Board of Education's order. Gateway High School had a Priority Improvement Year 4 rating released in summer of 2018. Aurora Public Schools presented to the State Board of Education in the spring of 2019 to share an early action pathway proposal. This plan was approved by the board, and the board ordered APS to implement their plan with a selected partial manager, Communities in Schools. The school district and manager began implementation during the summer of 2019, and this work continued through the 2020-2021 school year. In spring of 2021, Communities in School notified Aurora of their decision to leave at the end of their current contract. In preparation for a request for a board order change, a state review panel visit was conducted on May 13th and 14th of this school year. And then parallel to these events, Aurora Public Schools has been working on their process with local stakeholders, which included a request for proposals for a new manager, engagement with their local Board of Education this summer, and development of their proposal based on current needs. In addition, prior to an anticipated presentation to the State Board of Ed in your August agenda, the principal unexpectedly resigned at Gateway. The district has appointed an experienced interim principal and begun the search for a permanent replacement. At this point, we'll transition to a summary of CDE's progress monitoring report from the last 2 years, in which you have materials from yesterday's presentation. We'll share a brief overview of the proposed modifications, and then finally a review of the state review panel findings. As part of our progress monitoring approach, CDE conducts regular visits with Gateway High School, which has included district leadership and the partial manager. These visits were conducted in person on a monthly basis from summer 2019 until February 2020, and then have been conducted remotely since then. They include observations of instruction and other school initiatives, review of interim data, and discussion of progress in the implementation of the school's pathway plan. Based on these visits, we wanted to share a few summary statements. Overall, in spite of the reorganization and changes in response to the pandemic, the school has been able to implement structures and supports that were originally proposed in their pathway plan, including the organization of school leadership and support staff around grade level teams. While the supports around instructional improvement through coaching, training, and teacher planning largely continued throughout the last 2 years, a majority of time did shift to focus on delivery of remote instruction and strategies to engage and understand student learning in a very different context. The external manager, Communities in Schools, and the school did have difficulties, and there were some disagreements about potential overlap and duplication of services, authority for decisions, and ensuring close coordination. The district, the school, and the manager were in communication about addressing the challenges throughout the past year. And as was shared previously, Communities in Schools did notify the district this past spring that they would not be returning at the end of their current contract. Lastly, on data that we usually share, there obviously have not been frameworks for the past 2 years. The data that we do have available indicates progress in graduation rates and a reduction in behavior incidents prior to moving to in-person or to remote learning. In addition, the school has maintained a consistent attendance rate during the shift to remote and hybrid learning, although the level of engagement in class activities has dropped. There are no summative academic assessments due to the cancellation of SAT and PSAT tests in 2020, and we have not seen or received 2021 participation rates or scores from this spring. Local interim academic data, in addition, makes it hard to gauge progress. It's hard to make comparisons given the changes of assessments and some of the course schedules that the district moved to during remote learning. And then lastly, the on-track rate has dropped slightly overall, although mixed among grades, and remains low, indicating a large number of students who have not passed courses needed for graduation. The order for Gateway in 2019 named Communities in Schools to oversee and support 3 areas of student support. These 3 areas were intended to focus on student engagement and addressing a wide range of student and family needs. As indicated previously, communities and schools decided not to return for the 21-22 school year. You'll hear Aurora Public Schools is proposing a revision to their order with a revised scope of work and new partner. Aurora selected an organization called Zero Dropouts from a request for proposals process in May and June, and is proposing a focus on meeting students' unmet academic needs through 4 areas: credit recovery, tutoring, extended day and evening opportunities, and virtual learning opportunities and resources. Lastly, we wanted to share an overview of the most recent state review panel. Before sharing the main findings, there are 3 limitations that we did want to highlight. One, as we have indicated, the state review panel usually is able to view more comprehensive summative and interim data, and this was not possible during this school year. 2, due to the timing of the visit, Aurora Public Schools had not selected a manager or finalized the proposed scope of services, so the panel was not able to evaluate the specific proposal that you are hearing today. And lastly, the school leader who was at Gateway during the interview is no longer at the school, and there's an interim leader in place. With that context, we did want to highlight the panel's recommendations. The 4-member panel visited the school on May 13 and 14, and overall the panel recommended modifying the current order. First, the panel indicated that there was evidence of additional structures and leadership capacity that could support improvement efforts. They also indicated that, while limited, there was some interim data pointing to these changes as positive. Second, they indicated that there were components that were not effectively implemented with the previous partial manager and raised overall concerns with partial management at the school. They did indicate a series of necessary conditions that they felt should be in place and addressed if a new partial manager were to be successful in the future. And lastly, they also recommended that the school and district should explore the possibility of an innovation pathway, as this could be a viable option and would build on the progress they observed in structures and the leadership capacity for change. As you'll see, the state review panel has now visited Gateway High School on 2 occasions, prior to the early action hearing in 2018 and most recently this May. This table shows the overall capacity ratings that were included in each panel's visit report. As you can see, the panel indicated additional capacity in 2 areas and lesser capacity in 1 area for the improvement work at Gateway. To conclude our portion of the presentation, we wanted to share a few summary reflections on the proposed changes. CDE has been able to review Aurora Public Schools' proposal for an order change and recognizes the need to align their pathway plan to current needs and changes at the school. Upon review of materials and summarizing progress monitoring visits, CDE believes that the plan has a likelihood of impacting student outcomes in this upcoming year if the proposed plan's implementation addresses 3 criteria that we wanted to highlight. We have observed that partial managers require close coordination between the efforts of the external organization and the other work at the school. We've seen this successful implementation when 1, the delineated scope of work for the manager is integrated into a larger comprehensive school turnaround and improvement plan. 2, that there is strong coordination and alignment between the school, the district leadership, and the manager. Concretely, this is the program director or lead from the manager, the school principal, and the main district supporter liaison. And 3, when there is a clear delineation of roles and authority, when there's strong leverage from manager, school, and district to fully support the improvement efforts. At this point, I'll pass it back to Lindsay for next steps.
Thanks, Johan. So after this, we'll turn it over to representatives from Aurora to share their proposal for Gateway. The board can hear this proposal and approve or deny Aurora's request for an order change by requesting that directing the Attorney General to draft a revised board order. And based on the board's decision, the CDE will of course continue to progress monitor and report back to the board on progress periodically.
Thank you. So at this time I would ask Aurora School District representatives to introduce themselves for the record and to begin their presentation.
Well, good afternoon, Board. Rico Munn, Superintendent of the Aurora Public Schools.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Carol Jennings. I'm the interim principal.
And I'm Steve Dobo. I'm the CEO of Zero Dropouts.
seat.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everyone, and to those who are in the ether. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to the board today. I know that we have this prime spot after lunch on a Friday, and so we want to be respectful of your time and also of the work that we know that you and the staff have already put into reviewing the materials and reviewing the work, so we will be very brief and turn to whatever dialogue you'd like to have. As you know, and as has been mentioned, we came here in 2019 to seek what I believe was the state's first early action pathway. We came with 2 schools on that day, Gateway High School and North Middle School, and proposed working with the partial external managers in that process. Part of the reason that I believe that early action pathway exists, and part of the reason that we pursue it, was a recognition that when you come forward with a plan and you come forward with some thought around that, you should have some flexibility in thinking about how you can put that in place, and it gave us an opportunity to really talk with you and CDE around how to do that. And we were able to do that and able to engage with 2 external managers to begin that work. We are here today to seek an amendment of the order related to Gateway. As you have noted, Chairman Schrader, we can't continue with the existing order as the external manager has chosen to not return after the conclusion of their contract. So regardless, there needs to be some kind of amendment to the order. In looking at the work that has been going on at Gateway and the progress that we have seen, we believe that continuing with the existing structure of having an external manager makes the most sense moving forward, particularly considering the lack of detailed information we have around some data and some of those other pieces. We believe that giving our kids continuity and giving continuity to the structures we have in place is going to be incredibly important. However, the realities of the work that we have done is it's time to evolve that work, and it's also time to recognize some of the needs that have arisen because of the pandemic, which was not on anybody's planning cycle. And so we've identified some of those areas of need. Slide 12, I think. Yeah, we've gone through a process to identify what some of those key areas of need are to continue to add capacity and add to the work of Gateway, which are credit recovery, virtual learning opportunities, extended learning opportunities, and tutoring supports. Having then identified that need, we put out an RFP to try and find the appropriate external manager to take on that work and add capacity to the work being done at Gateway. There were 6 respondents to the RFP that were put out, engaged in a process, and came to the conclusion that Zero Dropouts was the appropriate person to bring forward in that role of external manager. We are excited to get back in front of our kids, to have our kids engaged in the work. We think this body of work also lines up well with the proposed work in our what we call our Resiliency and Recovery Plan, which is our plan for how we will be implementing our ESSER dollars, which will be coming to CDE here October 20th. So reserve time in your calendar. And we believe that lines up with both the work at Gateway and also the work that we're seeing at a district level that we know we need to do to serve our kids. And so we are asking today that you amend your order to implement the external management pathway with a new external manager, that being of Zero Dropouts. With that, we are open to questions or whatever dialogue you might have.
Thank you. Colleagues, let me go down the line, if I may. Questions, comments? Board Member Sheffield.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, for coming and speaking with us. I had a question about the previous partner, communities in schools, right? And then the current partner that you've proposed. Can you speak to how one would build on the other, or why they decided to step away, and just how this could have some synergy for your previous partial management partner and the current proposed one?
Sure, I'll talk a little bit about that and then hand it over to Ms. Jennings to talk about how the work will build. So I think there are a couple of things. As we developed the work at Gateway and really saw the need, we also thought it was important to build capacity in some of these same areas, right? The idea of having an external manager is eventually you want that manager to go away, right? You want to be in a position to have the capacity to do the work and to do those things. Gateway built capacity much quicker than we anticipated, and so we had a lot of folks kind of online and ready to do that work. And there, quite frankly, began to be a space where people were stepping on each other's toes, where doing the work for kids. I think you have seen where some of those relationships with external managers can be challenging in some of that piece. And let me be clear, CIS was a good partner. We have no ill will towards one another or any of those things. But at some point, you have to figure out who's going to do what in that space as you're kind of developing and evolving into that space. That became even more difficult when you hit a pandemic, because the work of CIS had been identified was social and emotional support, parent and student engagement. Well, all of the systems that you had or that we thought we were going to have all shifted, and they shifted in a day, right? And so trying to figure out who was doing what, who's responsible for what, all those things became very, very challenging and very difficult, and there was some friction with that. At the end of the day, in my conversation with the CEO of CIS, first of all, we asked them to stay. We asked them to continue to evolve that work with us. They told us, one, that they thought that the evolution of the work where we needed to go was not in their wheelhouse, right? Was not the kind of work that they necessarily did. And two, they said, look, we had enough friction that, you pick your fights, right? And they decided, to move on to do other work in other spaces. Still good friends and still present in the district doing other things, but this is just not the space for them. And let me ask Carol to talk about, Principal Jennings to talk about how the work will build from one space to the next.
So a few of the things that CS brought to Gateway High School was grade level teams, and where we look at one of the things that we saw as far as data was concerned was the fact that our behavior dropped pretty significantly at Gateway High School in the tenure of community and schools. And so we have a good foundation with grade level teams where they helped us set up they helped us set up essentially grade level teams that we brought students to help them with attendance, behavior, academic needs, and so it's really a full-fledged MTSS process that we're still refining at this point in time. Where we think we would lock in to CIS was a member of those teams and met every single time. If you approve zero dropout, they will also be part of that team that will work individually with students to set individual plans ahead.
So may I do a follow-up?
Please.
So it sounds like you've kind of used the previous partner. They've been very helpful in setting up kind of the infrastructure, the foundation, the processes in place, and now a new partner will come in and essentially be part of that process and maybe help tweak it or whatever.
Yes,
so
I
that
would,
it's
I would- I
effective.
would agree with that, absolutely. And the other thing I think that they provided for the Gateway teams, administrative teams, and intervention teams is really how to use data effectively to address the needs that we have, which includes community partners. We have adopted two positions similar to what community and schools provided of case managers that really are that connection to our community, a connection to the resources that we need and our students and families need throughout.
And from your plan, it looks like the focus is credit recovery and embedded tutoring, right, with zero dropouts. And then is that, is there a vocational piece to that? Vocational education, so the students are motivated, or not so much, just not the model. So I'm just trying to unpack what the robust tutoring and the.
Well, there's certainly I guess we're done. There's certainly a significant vocational piece to the work at Gateway and also in the district.
Right.
It's not necessarily part of the scope of work for zero
Okay.
dropouts.
You already have that in place?
Yeah.
Sounds like, okay, great, thank you. Sounds like a good partnership.
Board Member Maramba, I was gonna go into the ether. Has, Board Member Esser,
Yeah, we need to fix our phone line, so if we could just have a second to do that and
No,
not
we'll
disturb
just-
you all,
yeah,
I'm
we'll
so
just-
sorry.
go on. Board Member Escarska?
Are we pausing or are we?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I have no questions. Thank you very much for the presentation.
It's
Thank you,
the
Madam.
black.
I don't think I have any real questions. So I am familiar with your work, Mr. Dovo. Maybe you can explain very briefly, like how it's evolved over time. What would be different at Gateway from some of the previous work you had done, like up in Weld County and such? I mean, maybe to the question here, once you're engaged, what do you see the takeoff, the next kind of couple steps for those who
If
haven't
you're
read
the meeting
reports?
organizer, press star
Right.
now.
Thank you.
So we work with Greeley 6, so with Deirdre Pilch, and so I've worked with her since she started there as superintendent, so I think it's 6 or 7 years now. And we call it the work, and it's really the work around trying to increase 3 metrics, improve 3 metrics. One is on-time graduation rate, the other is annual dropout rate, and then post-secondary enrollment rate. And that third is less so, right? So we really focus on on-time grad rate. So we bring all of that work to bear, but I think our latest finding is the possibility of using unit recovery within credit recovery to really accelerate the progress of students that are falling behind. So I believe that the key to on-time graduation rate is really keeping every student on track, get them to the next grade on time by credit. And our proposal is to work with Gateway for any kid that fails a class to immediately have an opportunity to recover that credit so that hopefully they can get closer to that goal. So it's new work. We have actually 7 positions in Greeley through an RFP they just put out. So we've just hired 7 people to do similar work. So we're really excited because we've always believed that acceleration is the key because you only have so much time, right? And if they're going to fall off track, you need to catch up in the summer or after school. But this allows you another way to build on when they took it the first time, what did they learn? And could you build on that and not make them take the class completely over? Can we look at that structure of that grade book and work with that first instructor, that first teacher, and add, these 4 standards and this instruction to get them to pass the class. So I would say that.
Okay. And thank you. I think my other question was going to be around staff and staff involvement inside the selection and the review of the new partnership. And then, but your presentation answered that, where that was a part of the RFP process. They were involved in vetting that in the selection. So that was perfect. Thank you.
Is Board Member McClellan available? Board Member McClellan, do you have questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just turn the sound down so we don't get feedback. Okay. Thank you so much, Superintendent Munn and your team for being here. I was sorry to hear that you've had some turnover in school leadership and that CS is leaving, but very gratified to hear that you've identified zero dropouts as a competent, ready, willing, and able partner. And I appreciate that Principal Jennings touched on her confidence in their data-driven approach. I really don't have a question, just I wanted to invite you all to kind of speak to what makes zero dropouts a good fit for Gateway. I know that the selection of the right external manager can be critical, and I just wanted to give you a chance to talk about what gave you a feeling of confidence for zero dropouts.
Well, thank you, Board Member McClellan. I would turn you again to slide 12, where we identified what our areas of need were first, right? Working with that process of talking to folks around what are the things that we really think will complement the work at Gateway, complement the team at Gateway, and then really speak to need. As you understand, with this past 18 months of learning under our belt, there is a different need that we have for virtual learning and credit recovery that just didn't exist in the same way a year and a half ago. And so that is not necessarily an area of strength that exists in Gateway because it's a brand new space. And so it was about finding partners who really had developed that area. Zero dropouts and their RFP and through that process demonstrated as a strong candidate who had some of those strengths, who was working and doing that in some other spaces in Colorado, and who we had worked with in some other capacities in the past. And so we had confidence in the relationship and how that accountability would work. Anything you want to add?
I would just add that in talking with staff, they are very excited about a proactive approach when a student does not pass a credit, that immediately we can get support back in to get them on track. Because obviously if they don't pass, let's say as a ninth grader, then when they get to 10th grade, they don't have the foundational skills. And this is a way to provide those foundational skills for our students to be successful. And theoretically, we won't have students who are 5th, 6th, or 7th year seniors. We're trying to take care of it and build a system. And one of the things that Zero Dropout is, one of the things they're working on is helping us build a system that we can address that from here on out. So that won't theoretically be an issue in the building.
Board Member McClellan, do you have any other questions?
No, thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Esser is gone, am I correct? Board Member Esser, I'm seeking the ether here.
It's gone. It was very dramatic.
I'm here. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one question for Zero Dropouts. I'm wondering which schools you've worked with in Colorado and what the outcomes were.
So a lot of the work that is similar is in Greeley 6, and we've worked with the 3 comprehensive high schools, so Northridge, Greeley West, and Greeley Central, and there are 2 alternative schools, Gap and Jefferson. So when we started 5 or 6 years ago, Katie, I can't remember exactly when Deirdre started, but I think the grad rate was 76. On-time grad rate was 76%. And we've collectively, we're not taking ownership of this, but we've been part of helping the district do this, is we've gotten up to, I believe, over 82%. So that would be our principle. And the other thing, the other metric is dropout rate. And so we've almost cut it in half. There was 265 dropouts a year back then, and now we got it to, I believe, no, it was 365. We got it to 180, I think, this last year. So and we work with we've helped Thompson do a lot of this work.
Thank you.
Okay. Should I keep going or no? Okay. Okay, next.
Board Member Rankin?
I did not mean to cut you off.
No, I didn't take it that way.
Board Member Esser, are you finished?
No, I apologize. Please continue.
I was just going to say we've worked with Thompson schools to help them
Yes.
understand their how to work with data in their 9th graders and specifically, and build an 8th to 9th grade academy. And this same work of how do you keep students on track along the way to an on-time graduation. I'm done now.
Board Member Esser?
Thank you.
do
That
have
sounds
some-
very promising. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Board Member Rankin?
Madam Chair, I'm just going to defer one question to.
Okay, go ahead.
I forgot, I did have a curiosity question. One of the recommendations from the department is the development of a turnaround plan. You have an interim principal, skilled, no doubt, no doubt about that. How are you going to time that so that when your new incoming principal is there, this all meshes, right? This is where we've seen some of this stuff go off track, like either with a district where new leader comes on, but they're in the middle of this. How, and your partnership's already started, talk to me about what that might look like.
Well, thank you, Dr. Escarska. As you all know, the train never stops. I've yet to identify the right time to set up the right planning structure and get those right things in place. And so all you can do, I think, in that process is, establish plans, and then as you bring people on board, be it a new leader or be it a turnaround partner, is you reset to here's what the work looks like right now. Here's where we're going. One, do you want to be part of that, right? And what part of that do we see you fitting in? You hire with that in mind, and then also you look at whatever that person or people's strengths are, and you add that to the plan. I think as we go through the process, clearly increasing graduation rate and decreasing dropout rates and virtual opportunities are not going to be things that go by the wayside, right? They are what they are, and we'll continue with that work. I think the the challenge will always then be to bring people along, bring them up to speed, get them situated and resourced to be part of that plan, and not try to, stop the train, which can't stop.
Superintendent Munn, when do you expect the new leader to come on board that train?
Do you have the timeline?
I do. Actually, it was included in the PowerPoint. Right now, we're working with Alma Advisory Group. They're the same group that ran Denver Superintendent Search. And I talked to them on Friday. We're anticipating by the end of October, beginning of November. So right now, they're in the process. They just completed their process. They're beginning the search right now. They'll actually do the interview process, and then they will send their top candidates to Superintendent Munn. And they will also go out to staff as well as community to get input that will also go to Superintendent Munn as well.
Let me be clear, we won't just hire for the sake of hiring, right?
Correct.
If necessary, we will continue to conscript Ms. Jennings into that role, and and make sure the work serves kids.
That's very important, and that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you for that. And then, Superintendent Munn, how many students have you lost possibly, or what's the population of that high school from before the pandemic until now?
Oh, jeez.
Approximately.
Let me phone a friend here.
Do you have the enrollment numbers? Right now, about 1,600 pre-October count, and it's been pretty steady. It's actually increased some.
All right, and it's early in the calendar year as far as when you really start seeing shifts in high school populations, but it's been fairly steady throughout the pandemic.
Could you please repeat what he said? I honestly didn't hear him.
So a little over 1,600, but that number's been fairly steady over the last 3 years.
And that's what you anticipate for like an October count?
Yes.
Okay. And I kind of have a question that's been asked a couple times. It seems interesting to me that you started out with your need of management being mental health, social, emotional, and family engagement. And now we tend to be more into academics. I would like you to address that. How did this change? Because with the pandemic, I hear more needs in mental health, social, emotional, and family engagement. It's kind of the reverse of what I would expect. So would you address that, please?
Sure. And let me be clear, the need didn't go away. Our internal capacity changed. As you saw, throughout this pandemic, we and everybody else increased our structures, increased our capacity, increased our staffing to serve those needs. And then also the way we did it changed very dramatically. In our ESSER plan, for example, on top of the, you may not know this, we passed a bill in 2018 that added about $10 million to social and emotional and mental health needs, which we had been in the process of bringing on and adding to the district. Through our ESSER plan, we'll be adding additional dollars to that to serve those needs through telehealth and through some other structures. We stood up a family engagement team over the last 2 years across the district, which is now kind of fully on board and doing those things. So the need, certainly the need has increased. The both need and appropriate use of an external manager to do that has shifted.
And since you brought it up, you're using some ESSER funds to help with getting more staff on board in this area?
Not staff, but the ESSER funds in that space will probably be used around telehealth needs.
Okay.
Right, so, just whatever we can do 24/7 to provide those supports,
I
but that'll
worry-
be on top of the mill dollars that we're using.
Excuse me, but I don't want you to get into something that works wonderfully well and then in 3 years having that money cut off.
No,
That
no,
would-
our motto as it relates to ESSER funds is borrow, rent, then buy.
That's good. As long as they're all on that train going forward.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I don't know if this would be a request of CDE or a request of Superintendent Munn. I would really like to revisit his attendance like in October, just when you get done with the count, just to see how many students, and not that, I'm just curious. I'm just curious of your district, what happened before the pandemic and then after.
You're talking across our K-12 spectrum?
Oh,
or?
I'm sorry, no, just this high school.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, colleagues?
I had one more
Well,
curiosity
Go ahead,
question.
Romer, sure.
This is a question for Zero Dropout. As you're doing the work, is it because you're talking about unit recovery as opposed to course recovery, right? Which is great because you're not necessarily saying, oh, take the whole course over. You can go to meet with the instructor and say, why did the student fail the course? Well, it looked like they started strong. Toward the end of the semester, they fell off. They really were missing 3 assignments that caused them to fail. If they could just do those assignments, we could recover the credit. Is it that kind of work? It's very detailed. You meet with the teacher and you figure out really how much can the student do to push them over the edge so they don't fail the class? Or is it more like, let's look at the course learning outcomes. Some kind of assessment could show that they mastered it in spite of the assignments. I'm just wondering how you actually do the work.
It's all of the above. So we will have access to IC, Infinite Campus, and be able to look at grade books. And for those courses that were taken and failed, where the teacher is still at Gateway or in the district, what we want to do is work with that teacher to come up with a new plan that's agreed upon by the teacher and the student, and then we'll manage that plan to try to recover that credit. If the teacher's not there, we have access to Edgenuity to do units that meet the standards that were not passed during that time.
It's a great model. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Durham, did you end up with a question? Any other? Okay, so at this time, the board will make its decision and direct our council to prepare an order for the board's consideration. Do I have a motion, please?
I move to find that the district has established good cause to amend the 2019 order and to direct it to contract with Zero Dropouts for partial management of Gateway High School for the 21-22 school year as proposed in its presentation. The district must submit its contract with Zero Dropouts to the department within 30 days to ensure sufficient delegation of actual decision-making authority in the areas outlined in its proposal. Gateway will remain subject to ongoing performance monitoring. The district must return to the state board in the fall of 2022, at which point the state board will consider a new state review panel report, updated statewide assessment data, any long-term proposals by the district, and other data. At that time, the state board may direct the district to continue previously directed action or may direct one or more other actions listed in the Accountability Act. Finally, I ask our council to prepare a draft order for consideration at our October meeting.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lots of seconds. Any further discussion? Ms. Marama, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes?
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Sheffield.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Best wishes. Proceed.
Chairwoman Schroeder, could I ask for, it's Isabel, could I ask for 2 board members to assist me with checking the order that we draft before we bring it to you all for final consideration in October? Any volunteers?
Volunteers, just look at them,
Great.
and there they are.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. As I understand, we have one more item that you want to bring forward. Otherwise, we're
It's not an official item, it's just a matter of concern that I'd like to direct to Dr. Anthus. There's I don't know what to call it, to an advertisement of promotional material or some ability to sign on to courses related to equity and other professional development courses provided by a group called Resilient Futures. In this advertisement is, or actually linked to the course, is a comment, and I'm not sure whether Black Lives Matter is in fact Resilient Futures, or they're simply being Resilient Futures is simply using them. But then when you get down to the bottom, it lists all of their partners, one of which is the Colorado Department of Education. Now, Black Lives Matters is and not my words, but the words of their founders, is a Marxist organization founded by Marxists. And secondly, it is my fervent belief that they have been involved in significant acts of violence, looting, burning, and sowing of general discord. I don't think it's appropriate for us as a state agency to be affiliated with them, and I would request that Dr. Anthus look and see who, if anyone, approved the use of of our logo, one, and two, if someone in the organization, if no one in the organization has approved it, that the Attorney General be asked to ensure that the appropriate people receive a letter about the misuse of Colorado State logo, and finally, that hopefully the department would consider not becoming party to these kinds of organizations or advertisements. So I think, and just ask Dr. Anthus to make the appropriate inquiries and take the appropriate action, and if in fact no one at CDE has approved this, to ask the Attorney General to make sure that they don't misappropriate the state logo. Thank you.
I will look into it, Mr. Durham. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I add something to that? And that is that I was on the NASB committee through our board, and some statements came up in our meetings that I didn't think that would be appropriate for NASB to get involved in, and I believe they went forward with that I think we have to be very careful, but also we maybe don't even know a lot of the times when our logo gets out there or who gets it. So if I'm hearing this from my constituents, then we need to really research some of this, because I don't know that the AG may need to have further appropriate action on these types of misuse of our logo. When the department's logo is on there, it's like having our names on there too, and that's where I have a problem. But thank you so much for giving us the time today.
Colleagues, it was a good meeting, long, but good, and thank you.
Thank you.
I had my microphone off, so that, you know,